Hey, welcome to another Star Citizen stream. We're on the 3.21.1 PTU environment, running patch 8892745. Now, just give me a minute here because a friend of mine has asked for my stream link. So I'm just going to bring that up. 21.1 PTU environment. That's working. So here we go. We just logged in and we're at Everest Station, and yeah, we tested this last night. It was a new patch last night, so we went and did an assessment bunker, which was a complete washout because 4 of the enemies, well, we'll take that, Sherman. 4 of the enemies in the bunker last night were under the ground or in the walls. So we've got call to arms and we've got a security assessment mission. And
welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
We'll drag our Andromeda out. Hangar 7, just let me check the have I got a head? I've got a head. Nice. Take 3 bottles of that. Everything else, have I got full ammo? Yes, I've got full ammo. How much have I got in my gun? 80. That's cool. Right, Hangar 7. So we're in Everest Harbour. Yes, we are. I didn't need to check that, but always good to know where you are because you never know. Now, IAE is starting tomorrow, so we're going to be thinking about what to do there. I think I'm not too sure yet what CIG are going to do about all these issues. I mean, they've announced IE, so it's going to be an absolute monumental tragedy if it's not run. I assume, and this is a bit of an assertion on my part because I've not read or heard anything about this, I assume they're going to update the live server with the PTU. This is the PTU. I don't know what they're going to fix or what they're going to address before then, but they've got less than a day, or just over a day actually, to do that. I think it's something like a 1 day, 9 hours or 8 hours or something like that. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how CIG addresses that.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
But from our point of view, I think we're going to get ourselves over to Port Tressler, which is the Microtech orbital station, and just work from there. During IE, there's going to be free fly on as well, and yeah, doors are open enough now. There's going to be free fly as well, so it's not going to be good. I mean, people for the past sort of 4 or 5 days, people have been complaining on the PTU about the state of the FPS around New Babbage, and some dickheads, and I use that word quite intentionally, dickheads, because on the PTU we've been given like 30 ships to fly. They went and summoned a ship, flew it out of the hangar, backspaced or relogged or whatever they did, but they left the ship there. Then they went and got another one and did the same with that one. And there was just ships littered all over the place. There was dozens and dozens of ships all over. And we all know what happens. Oh God, where's the sky? Right, there's the sky. So, I'm not going to do the old Exarga trick of flying in upside down and thinking the ground is the sky. I've done that too many times. A number of my friends that have said, pull up, you're upside down. Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, that's what they did at New Babbage about 3 or 4 days ago. And anything to spoil anybody else's fun. It's like when they put trolleys in walkways and you can't get past them. Or I was once in Microtech and somebody had dropped a very, very large power plant. Unfortunately for them, you could walk straight through it. It was like it wasn't there, but somebody dropped it, obviously taking it out of the local inventory and just dropped it on the floor. Right. Anyway, we're on our way to HDSF Sherman, and we're going to see the state of the NPCs, because that's what the problem is. You know, it doesn't matter what bunker mission you're taking on now. The NPCs are all spawning under the floor. I might actually try destroy the contraband mission if I can get one, but I can't get past the assessment mission to get more reputation. I fail it every time. This is mission number 13, and I've failed 12 and succeeded in 1, and the one that I succeeded in by some stroke of luck, it was in Crusader, and by some stroke of luck, the guards killed 6 of the enemies, and I was able to kill the other 4. And the last one was stuck in a stairway. And I was able to, he was ghosting, and I was able to kill him. And that got me the miss. That was absolute sheer luck. Because, just give me a minute. No, not that one. Wrong button. I know what I'm doing. This one. It's early in the morning. It's 7:20 in the morning, 7:20 a.m. I've been up since about 6 a.m. Right, let's go down. Oh, actually, we'll put these bottles in our ship. And here we go. I think that's cool. Yeah, we can jump up onto that. That's good. Right. So, mission number 13. We've got a less than 10% success rate on these. And wait a minute. I need to zero my gun. 69, 68, 48. I want it about 60. $61 will do. So here we go. Go down. Not optimistic, because there's been no hotfix or change or anything. We've still got 2 guards left. 1 enemy dead. And we've got an FPS of whatever it wants to be. 15. We can hear the enemies. So that's coming from over in that direction. I also want to make sure there's none down here. And
Keep looking. They're here somewhere.
when I've managed to... Oh, here's one. And another one. They were both stuck partially in the ground. There's some weird graphics going on there.
Keep searching.
Is he dead? Yeah. He was stuck in the ground.
Keep searching.
Mate, I am searching. Right. Okay. So... he's going to annoy me in that position. Take a look around here first. But it's difficult because you don't know where they are. We'll find out in a bit when we're sure that there's none around. What have we got here? Oh God, yeah, we're having that. Well, we're having those as well. Yep. Oh, why not take that as well? What? Okay. If we die now or get incapacitated, well, it doesn't really matter because it's PTU. But I'll take all those. But we've picked up a Stoneface FS9, which is kind of cool. Move all. So there's no enemies round here. There's no elevator doors open yet that I can see. Ah, what have we got? Gallant P6. Oh my goodness, P6. Right, so we'll take the P6 as well. Nothing else there that we're interested in. So, 2 guards, and we've seen both guards walking around, but one is glitching now. We saw both the guards that survived walking around, and now one of them is... Oh no, wait, there's 3 guards. 3 guards, okay. And it sounds like I've got 4-way surround, and it sounds like the machine gun fire is coming from under there. I'm going to check that in a minute. You can check it thanks to a mate of mine, Inconspicuous Nugget. He's basically said go into inventory mode and pan around, and you can actually view in the walls and under the floor. And I thought, why didn't I think of that? That is so simple. I mean, I've done it quite a few times, but not intentionally. And now I'm doing it intentionally thanks to his advice. So, no crits here, no enemies here. Okay. So 5 enemies left, and none that we can see. I don't care where they went, we find them. And that guy, I'm going to try and... Can I turn over this guy? Yeah. Better. In fact...
Come on, we gotta find them.
See you later, fella. No, not that one. No, that one. No, not that one. Oh, God, no. I've dropped... This is why... Right. This is why you don't do that when you're carrying two guns. Okay, so... We had two guards. Let me just do this, right? So, can't see them there. But the sound is definitely... You know, it's a custodian or something. That sounds like a... Seen that? There's gunfire. This is under the floor. So the gunfire is coming from under the floor. Is there two of them there or one? I don't know. I think there's two. But anyway, let's have a... Yeah, so over that way. There's none there. And he's... One left. Huh? I'm gonna have to go back and watch the video. I haven't been keeping track of how many... So the two guards that were there, or maybe one guard, I'm not sure, but he's glitched out now. But let's have a see here. So there's the wall. Now there is... No, not that one. Bring me gun back. Jesus. Can't see him there. But one left, one left, one left, one left. Right, so we got a choice. We've got a choice to make. Do we waste time trying to complete this mission? Or from experience, well, experience tells us that if there's any guards left in the bunker, there's absolutely no chance of these guards, of these hostiles, spawning above ground. And there are guards left in the bunker. What is more likely to happen is the one guard that's glitching, he may, if we fly off and fly back to the bunker, he may appear. He may appear. No guarantees. But that's what we're going to do. That's exactly what we're going to do. I've got a couple of hours to waste. So... one enemy left, and there's several outcomes could happen here, and one of them is that that guy, that hostile that's behind the wall, he could start falling down to the center of the planet. So it's a complete lottery, and you know, we've tried multiple times to leave the area and come back, and with varying results, but still needs fixing. And this is what I'm concerned about with oh god, I made a mess of that, didn't I? So pick that up, put that in there, put that in there, put that in there, and then drag our gun back off. Right, okay, so I know what I'm doing. I'm always pressing the wrong key. That's my problem. Right, so it's Jesus Christ. $60. Thank you. Put the gun away. All right. And it's interesting to know. It was 5 out of 10. I think what did we kill? 3? Did we get 3? 1 was dead. So I think, well, no, I don't think, I absolutely know that the guards killed the rest of them. But those 2 stuck in the stairs, and I think there were 2. They must have got the other ones under the ground. So we're just gonna, yeah, we can fly away now. I think what we'll do, fly back to Everest, dump the stuff. A 5's no, oh, 5 will be alright. We'll go somewhere else after 5. Three's no good to us. We want 4, 1 or 6. 1 will do. Perfect. So now it's just a case of looking for Everest, and there it is. You see, even though we've left the area, the contract stays open. And that's not normal either, because once you leave the vicinity of, once you leave the area of the bunker's control, you know, whatever it is, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500 meters, you've left the area and failed the mission if you haven't completed the killing all the enemies and not harming any friendlies. So, I mean, this server FPS is around 15. It's a hell of a lot better than it was yesterday. It was about between 3 and 5 yesterday when I tested it yesterday evening. So it's, oh no, it's dancing up and down now. It's probably because I'm near the near Everest Harbour. But anyway, I'm gonna slow this down here. Get out of the seat. And transfer everything over. Get my drinks back. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna clean everything up. Where's the stone face? Where's it? Stone face. There it is. Right. So, yeah. Right. Fine. What have I got in this? 63. That's still good. And ammo. Decon med pen. Decon med pen. Love this. Watch. Decon pen. Canoiodide. Canoiodide. I don't even know how to pronounce it. It says fucking med pen on it. Look. It's exactly the same graphic. Now I know the game's an alpha. Don't remind me of that one. Still in development. But God, are they lazy? Yeah, let's just use a med pen graphic. That'll do. Yeah. I bet you 1,000 credits this makes it into live. People will be saying, a decon pen? It's not a med pen. So why has it got a med pen graphic? Should be yellow, decon pen, for radiation. But anyway, I'll just clean this up a bit. I hate mess. I like order. Right, anyway, that's that. In fact, I don't know why I'm wearing my favourite armour, which is the Artemex Hurston Executive Security armour, but I am wearing it. I usually wear the dust up because I die a lot while I'm testing, because I do stupid things, but we're going to go back to the bunker. Now it's 1,500 kilometers, not meters, kilometers. So it's 1,500 kilometers away. So it doesn't matter the distance. I've been to Arcorp. Me and Nugget, me and Inconspicuous Nugget, we did a retrieve confidential consignment mission, and he crashed and respawned in Area 18, and I went to pick him up, and the mission stayed active, and we came back. We were able to complete the mission, but the guards and the enemies were nowhere to be seen. I think there was like 2 hostiles the whole time. Where's the sky? That's not the sky. So this is going to be the sky. There it is. Yeah. And you can see our target is highlighted as well, even at this distance. That's not normal. That is not normal. So, a friend of mine said a couple of days ago, oh, you've got to leave and come back multiple times. How much time do I have to waste doing that? Just to complete a mission that should be easily achievable. I spent God knows how many hours over the past few days investigating this, trying different things, and nothing seems to work. And some people say, oh, I ain't got a problem. You know, I completed it fine. And I can't remember who it was yesterday, but they said, oh, hang on, spoke too soon. Yeah. It's completely random. You know, it's a lottery whether you can do it or not. So we'll just come in again, as we did before. But I mean, looting a stone face and a P6, it's a good as excuse as any to go back to Everest and dump the stuff. And even though I've got a few P6s and a lot of FS9s now, it's just force of habit because the game used to crash every hour. So I just get used to, put my lights on, I just get used to dumping things before the server crashes or my client crashes, and yeah, that's why I do what I do. Method in my madness. It's just so you don't lose stuff. But thank you, Charles. Now then, engines off, lights off, out at sea. You can generally tell from my experience. Now he's 501 meters, right? So the enemy that was 9 meters in the wall is now 500 meters under the ground. He needs to be less than 100. He's in the middle. He's not going to spawn now, so we're wasting our time, but we're going to go down and check anyway. I know for a fact we're wasting our time. There's no way that I can... And he's under my feet the entire time. Whereas if he was genuinely in the bunker, you would... Like that one, he's a guard. That one there is a guard. But this guy is an enemy. And I don't know what's going on. I mean, he was where he was. I fly away and come back, and now he's in the middle of the planet. I think what I'm going to need to do is take the comms out and start murdering guards. Because that worked after a fashion. And I say after a fashion because it wasn't the same every time. See, there he is. Comms are on, so I can't do anything. Interestingly, the one that we moved with the tractor beam is the only body that's left. All the others that were laying around that we killed, the weapons are there, but the bodies aren't. And I see that a lot. What kind of helmet is that? Frontier helmet. Ooh, Frontier helmet. Wow, you don't see many of them about. I do need a drink, but... Ah, now then. Right. Elevator door open. This mission is now fucked. With that elevator door open, never ever have I completed any mission when the doors like that stay open. They weren't open earlier, but they are now. So, I know what's going on. I really don't. It's very strange. Very, very strange. And you can see this target is now 426 meters down. And I'm just looking for crates, really, that can be looted. See what I can get out of them. Oh, another FS9. We'll have that. Strange. We'll take that anyway. And this is oh God, no. Right, okay. Right, so if we drag that onto the floor. Oh, should have dragged that onto the floor as well. Drag that onto the floor. Take those. Now we'll get the Archangel. Love the Archangel, best sniper rifle in the game. What I'm hoping for is a utility box and I had some tiger claws. I just looted some tiger claws. I should have kept one with me so I can take the comms out. But I dragged them out of the crate, dragged the guns out of the crate because that crate's going to disappear. And hopefully, fingers crossed, no guarantees, the gun will stay there for quite a while. But we'll see. We will see. But for me, and a great many other people, the assessment missions is the basis, is the foundation of reputation. You clear the assessment mission, and then you get offered other jobs, and you do those, and you gain more reputation, and the jobs get higher value, a bit more risky, and so on and so forth. Oh God, can I even jump up on here? Should be able to. It's not that high. Yeah, there we go. So, you see, this, you can't drag any of your items into the inventory. So just get one item from your inventory, drag it across, and then, ta-da! You can drag items across. That's another thing. What's going on? You know, it's just strange and weird, the way that it's working. Now, I need a drink, so I'm going to take them. And we're going back down to see what other stuff we can grab. Might as well. If we don't use it, we can sell it, and if we don't sell it, it'll just get wiped on the next update. The guy, the last enemy, is still under my feet, and he will remain under my feet. That's never going to change, for some reason. Excuse me. But yeah, he was in the wall, and he was in the wall up here. And you can hear the rattling of a gun. I don't know where that is, but oh, there it is. So, hang on a minute. If we equip that, and then we'll take that off. Drop the gun because we don't want it. Actually, can I? Yeah, I can. Take my helmet off. Carry a drink. No, it's not going to let me carry it. That's good. Drop it on the floor. Put it in your hand. That's an old trick. That's one of the first things I learned from Star Citizen. If you can't carry something, drop it on the floor and pick it up. Right, so throw the bottle away. Another one. We always drink 3 at one time. Gives us about an hour and a half before we get thirsty again, which is enough time to retrieve your ship and take off in Star Citizen. Huh? Goddamn bottles disappeared as soon as I picked it up. No, it's ended up back in my backpack, for fuck's sake. I'll do it this way. Jesus. Picked a bottle up off the floor, it vanished, ended up in my backpack. Yeah. Right, so Put the helmet back on. Last enemy is still 400 meters below me. I'm going to pick this gun up. I'm going to holster it. And what else was there in here? Oh, lamplight. Nah, arrowhead. Arrowhead's quite good, but not as good as P6, in my opinion. I love the P6. That's another medical. There won't be any tiger claws in here, but we'll take everything anyway. And same with this one. That's another medical crate. What we're looking for is the small green ones, you know, the same size as a helmet container. They will have tiger claws in them. Sometimes there's a lot of them, sometimes there's none of them. It's completely random. See, same size as that. That's just what I'm looking for, but not with any writing on it. Yeah, don't look to be any. They do spawn in several areas. Okay. No, that is warning. Only qualified personnel are authorized to service. What, a fucking flashing light? Okay. Caution, caution, caution. What's the caution about that? Is it a hydraulic ram or something? Don't know, because half of it's embedded into the rock. But it, yeah, here's one that isn't. Does look like it's some kind of ram. Yeah. CO2 fire extinguishers. Another medical crate. See, if a small crate with the tiger claws in it spawns, oh, there's another red crate spawned here. Then, no, not that. I want to loot. Jesus. What we got? Another P6. Fucking hell, these are dropping like crazy. Some more ammo. Oh god, where's that gone? What we got? P8, don't want that. Nothing else. Don't want any of the shotguns. We'll take this. We've already opened that. So new crates are spawned. I'm just wondering if we've looted that. We haven't looted that one. Oh god, no. Nothing out of there. We've looted that one. So I'm just wondering if anything else is spawned. It's going to save us a bit of time. I mean, we should go back to Everest and pick one up, get a destroy monitors mission, and then go take the comms out. That's what we should do. Here's one. Here's one. Right. Okay. We'll take. Right. Good. 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 That is Providence. Thank you to the gods of Stanton, whichever gods they may be. Right. So. So when you see one new crate spawn, there's a chance that others may spawn as well. So it's always worth having a look around to see what has appeared and what hasn't. But yeah, what we'll do now is go to the comms array around Hurston and hack the comms, take the comms down, and then we're in a better position to do whatever the hell we like because we won't get a crime stat. We don't mind getting a crime stat, but it means we've got to either go to prison or find other things to do. Plus, with it being public PTU, there'll be people wanting to practice the bounty hunting skills as well, and it's just interferes with what you're doing, basically. Why am I walking so slowly? It's like I've shit my pants. Why am I walking so slowly? I was walking at a normal pace in the bunker, and now... Oh, God. Okay. So, again, we can't select anything on our person. Just take one item, put it in your... from your backpack, put it in your inventory, and hey presto, you are able to drag things then. I'll just move all of those, and I think whatever else we've got, we'll put those in there. In fact, no, we'll take one of these pens, and we should have Tiger Claw. We should have, where is it? There it is, Tiger Claw. Okay, so we can select that now. There's a Tiger Claw. We can select it and it'll put it in our hand. I hope. I'm not fucking around with this. Tiger Claw, right, okay. So it's on our person, and we've got one in our backpack in case we need to drop it and pick it up in 0G. So I'm going to leave this mission as it is. The target is still 500 underground from the surface, 400 and some under the ground from the bunker. Now what I'm going to do is take on a mission, and there fucking isn't one. Bollocks. There's no way I'm taking on a comm array with 8 turrets protecting it. I might as well fly my ship into the fucking Stanton Star. Why? Because it's less painful. Cave, no. Nope. Research. Nope. But this is a problem. This is the problem. With what I've did so many missions, and I don't know where the other 4 went. You know, there was 5 out of 10, and then next time I looked, there was 1 left, and I'm thinking, what's happened to the rest of them? It just doesn't make sense how they've just vanished. And they might not have vanished, they might have got killed. Again, we'll go OM5. And then OM1. And from OM1 to Everest. Wherever that may be. Here it is. But the mission is going to stay open forever. I mean, when I did the last mission with Nugget, it took us about 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours, and the mission stayed open that entire time. He crashed, he logged back in, I had no access to my inventory, so I shared the mission, I still had the mission, which he originally launched. He shared it with me, so I then shared it back to him after he logged back in. I re-logged, he shared the mission with me again, and we both went and did it and got the package and succeeded for, 3 hours, and we got paid for 15,000. But he did actually say you need to grab the other containers, because the other containers will get you a lot of credits. We didn't do that because we were that frustrated. We just wanted to finish it. I do want to do that sometime and see if it's worth it, because it's not completing a mission that gets you the money. It's the containers that get you the cash. So might be worth doing, but you do need 2 people under normal circumstances. So I'm just gonna, what is that? A med pen, right. Where's all the other stuff? Did I put it in here? Right, okay. Nice to see that it's kind of stacking okay. You can see the pending delays at the top. Decon med. I'm going to have to do this until such a time when CIG sees it fit to change the graphic for the med pens. I'm going to have to check for both of them. I spent ages trying to work out why they wouldn't stack, and then check the description. I'm like, they are different. Yeah, just one of those Exarga moments. I'll drag these across. I must say, P6s used to be not rare, but not common. But now, today, I've got, what, 5 of them already? From the same bunker? Off, is it 4? No, I'm not counting anymore. Grays. I'll just move everything. Sort it out now. Blues, oxypens, so these. Now we should have in our personal, we've still got a tiger claw as backup. We'll put that in here in our legs. We collect these nice because they sell well. Just like the med guns, we collect them as well because they sell quite well. Oh, I was going to say, where's our other suppressors? But it's the graphics. Graphics are all knacked up. I should have 4 Democores. Yeah, I have. Yeah. And this is all this stuff's transient. It'll go on the next wipe. That's okay. We don't really mess any around with that. Right. So let's have a look at missions. No, still no. Destroy. Returns. Freelancer. I'm going to take that. I'm going to track that. This is another side issue for us. Apex classes. We've only found 1 dead crew member wearing Apex classes, and we couldn't loot them. For some reason, there was no option to loot them. He was definitely wearing them though. With it being a freelancer, there's going to be no enemies. We'll be able to do this, and it'd be interesting to see if the other mission stays open. Plus, I don't care. If I fail it, I don't care. No, I know what I'm doing. So it's on ETA. It's on ETA, so we'll go to... No, we won't go there. Oh, for fuck's sake. Can we? Yeah, we can. We can get to ETA from here. Now, I don't know whether it's going to be in orbit or on the planet, but that bunker mission I'm going to forget about for now. I'm going to try and do other things. I want to take the comms down first. No, that's bollocks. 63253. Oh, fucking hell. Right. There's no orbital markers or anything that we can use to jump to. It's less than 500, and you've got to be really, really quick with cutting the power if you're wanting to get closer to it. There was one, it was 540 kilometers away, and I did a quantum to an orbital marker and then cut the power straight away, and it left me 36 kilometers away from the derelict site, which is probably, it was just pure luck. but it was probably the best one I've ever done. Usually it's a few hundred, but yeah. This is another thing that I think CIG should address. In fact, be right back, 30 seconds. And we're back. Right. Yeah, I think another thing that CIG should address is quantum markers, because you don't want people flying to locations that are hundreds of kilometers away, taking up to whatever time you want, really. But worst case scenario for me is 35 minutes. I think it was 712 kilometers away, and there's absolutely no way I could get to it any closer. And it took me 38 minutes to get there, and I thought, who wants to sit there for that length of time going somewhere that you should get to easily? You haven't got that kind of time to waste. I don't know who thinks that makes sense. Oh yeah, you know, force them to spend half an hour flying somewhere, bored out of their brains, doing nothing except not crashing the ship. You know, somebody somewhere really needs to address that way of thinking, because in a game that allows you to travel to, let's call it points of interest, right? You could easily put a marker, a jump marker here, and save people a hell of a lot of time. Maybe it's something in the pipeline, maybe it's something they've got planned on, maybe this is intentional, but it's always been like this. And the one thing that annoys me is security, not security post, Hurston 1 or whatever it was. It's now called Palomar. Palomar is well over 500 kilometers from the nearest jump point, and it's difficult to get to. You've got to go around the orbital markers and get yourself in a position where you can cut your engines at a certain point. I once lost a ship there. The server crashed, and I was able to log it back into the same server 5-10 minutes later. And it took me about 4 hours to find the ship. And that's why, one reason why I stream everything is then I can go back and review where I've been, what heading I was on, etc., in order to find my ship. There used to be, on the aSOC terminal, there used to be a button that you could use, and it gave you a marker for your ship, and it was so useful, so useful. They took that out. Why? I don't know. I can't remember what it's called, but I remember the button, like locate ship or whatever it was, and it just put a marker up. It's still possible to find your ship if you've got a friend to help you, because you set up a contract mission and for your ship, and then you get a friend to accept that mission, and they get the marker for your ship, and they take you on their ship to the marker. But I've got to admit, 95% of the time I play solo. And I say play, most of it's testing. I spend 90% of my time or more on the PTU. In fact, when the PTU's not running, oh God. I've got nothing against live. It's just that you are then playing a game. You know, you're playing for whatever, profit, items, the fun, the glory, whatever. Different for everyone. But yeah, I do spend a hell of a lot more time on the PTU than live. Because I'm under the impression, should we call it illusion, that by verifying and reporting problems, I'm actually helping in some way. I don't know if I am or not. And in the past 11 months, out of all the issue council reports I've made, I've had one that's been confirmed. One. And that was for the train doors opening. When you board the train in the metro centre at Lawville, the train arrives and both sets of doors on the train, not the platform but the train doors, both sets of doors open and you can run straight through them onto the tracks at the other side. And of course, then you get into problems. And it hasn't been marked as a duplicate. That surprised me more than anything, because nearly every report I've put in, whether it's a duplicate or not, somebody's marked it as a duplicate. And I've seen some of the tickets that it's a duplicate of the ones I've submitted, and it's got absolutely nothing to do with them. It's sometimes by people that aren't friends, that I know I don't get on with. So I'm like, yeah, we all know why that's been marked as a duplicate. Right, we're going to get down to about 25 before we start. Well, no, we'll bring it down now, because it would be 25 by the time I need to start reducing speed anyway. I don't want to come in too fast. It is based on the planet, it's not in orbit. I've done plenty of these find missing person missions. Not one of them's been in orbit, they've all been on the planet. And the one on Aberdeen, that's close to Han, mining station Han, I've done that 3 or 4 times. It's been the same site, the same dead crew are in the same place, in the same position, and I'm thinking there's something not right here. But I have completed these find missing person missions without a problem. It's just that Apex classes seem to be a lot more rare than they used to be, which I'm all for. I want them to be as rare as possible. If I had to do 50 of these missions before I found a pair of Apex classes, I would be so happy. Frustrated and annoyed until I got some, but eventually, you know, if they're that rare that they're a very, very special item, then it would please me no end. Because since, let me think, since sort of Invictus sort of time, I've seen a lot more people wearing Apex glasses. I've even looted Apex glasses off dead bodies in bunkers and Crusader. And I'm thinking, if they're that common that people are dying with them on, then they're not really that special anymore. Right, so here's the site. I'm going to find a place to land. And it seems to be pretty much together. And there are dead crew there. I can see them. Two straight away. So that's good. So we'll just... bit too fast. Charles, that wasn't where I wanted... Yeah, it wasn't where I wanted to put it. I wanted to put it here. Right, there we go. Thank you. I'll just check that. Turn the lights off. Oh god, it is so... That looks a bit high-ish. However, we'll leave it as it is. We've always got the option of, on this ship, if the elevator's too high off the floor, you can't jump on it, use the cargo bay. Now I am going to get the old gun out just in case. But I don't think with it being a... Oh. What the hell? Yeah, we can get back on that. Oh, and... Just a minute. No. I'm at a crawl. I'm walking at a crawl. This is the speed. I can't run. This is the... Oh, it's getting faster now. So, he's got no glasses on. There was another one over here. I don't think he's got any glasses on either. No, he hasn't. Right, so... Nobody in here. He's got no glasses on. So that's 3 crew. You're looking for at least... You're looking at least 4 crew for this. There's nobody around the front that I can see. 4. No glasses. Excuse me. And there isn't usually anybody in here, but okay. Oh, for God's sake. Now I can run for some reason. I remember one missing person mission. Turn that off. One missing person mission. It was 600 and something kilometers that I had to travel. Jumped off the ship. Landed right next to a corpse. He was wearing Apex glasses, and the corpse with Apex glasses was the guy I needed to find. It took me like 30 seconds. And I'd spent like 30 fucking minutes getting there. Anyway, who are we looking for? Is he... Pilot. Right, so, halt illegal surveillance. Accept that. Right, okay. Get out of that. Pilot. Pilot is going to be this guy. I'm fairly certain of it. Wherever he was, there. I'm guessing he's the pilot. Search him. And it is the pilot. Right. So... I'm not going to search around anymore. I'm going to get out of here now. I'm going to go do the illegal. Look at that, I'm bouncing all around like it's a fucking storm. I don't care where the illegal surveillance is, because the situation is, once you accept one of these missions, you can go to any comms array in the system. So if I don't even know where it is because I didn't check, but I'm going to do that while I'm getting some altitude. So I'll be able to tell where this is. Just bear with me. Illegal surveillance. Around Aberdeen. So I think Aberdeen is aerial. So we won't actually be going to Aberdeen. We'll be going to aerial. Aerial is Aberdeen. Aberdeen is aerial. Magda is Hurston. Hurston is Magda. And ETA is actually ETA. That's how it's been since 3.19. When 3.19 came out, all the names were messed up. And it's only messed up around Hurston. And I don't know who changed it, but something changed it. So I fully expect this to be aerial. So we're going to track that. See where it is. Oh, it's ETA. Oh, no, we are at ETA. Duh. Destroy monitors. It is Aberdeen. Have they fixed it? Yeah, okay. Whatever. If they fixed it, that's great. That's Hurston. Right. I'm going to go to Hurston comms array. In fact, to make it easier for myself, comms array. There it is, 95. Comms are up. But we should be able to come straight in here. We should be able to get right up to it, take the comms out, because we've accepted a destroy monitors mission. Now, how many people we got on this? 32. Okay, 58. Sorry. Trespassing. Communications controlled area. We're trespassing. Well, hang on a minute. I don't get this. Never mind. Turn that shit off. Oh, we're almost perpendicular to the array solar panels, which is a good sign. If I was doing this properly, I would, oh God, I hate that sun. I'm going to try and just maneuver the ship a little bit to, yeah, okay. Right. So we're not... Oh God, who's radar locking us? What the fuck? So we are getting attacked. Why are we getting attacked? Why are we getting attacked? We don't normally get attacked. But it's just by one set of guns. So what we'll do is we'll come in at the other side. Yeah, go on. Who's attacking us? Oh, fuck you. I'll try and put it in here. Do this. Right, so okay, so engines off. Turn that shit off. Get out of the seat. I don't know why only the satellite guns attacked us. That's a good sign. It's going to stop people from doing this. Now just let me check my... Right, so I've got everything. I've got my Tiger Claw on there. I've got my spare one in there. Let's go do this. We're going to come out of the cargo bay. It's going to take us a little longer than what we anticipate. We're going to come down backwards on the ladder so we don't have to climb down it. Open the cargo bay. And we want to be over there. So... where's the opening? Locate monitors 0 out of 3. Destroyed monitors 3 out of 3. We haven't fired a shot yet. And it's 70,000 kilometers away. So... we're not going to be worried about that. We're not going to be worried if somebody comes along and tries to do us in. We don't care. You know, this is a means to an end. Right, so I think, judging by this, it should be to... no, wrong way. Should have gone the other way. I know what I'm doing. Oh, God. There we go. Right, so now then, I want to not do that. It's what I want to do. I want to see. Get the thing out. Passkey authorization. Access to system. We're hacking it now. You're really not bothered about what anybody else does. If they kill us, we'll just come back and do it again. Just destroy our ship. We'll take the comms out and then relog. And there's nothing on the ship. So... continue. We need to be, well... of course we're trespassing. We know we're trespassing. But that's strange. Of all the number of times I've hacked the comms array, when I've accepted a destroy monitors mission, never have I been fired on at any other site. Obviously, Aberdeen, they're not going to fire on me. But I could have gone to Magda, Eta, Ariel, or Hurston in the past, and you won't get fired on. I got fired on this time. Given all the disparity and confusion that's going on right now, I don't even know if that's normal. I'm just going to roll with it. Okay. Usually you get interrupted twice to continue. We've only been interrupted once. And server FPS is still not as good as I would like, but it's still 10, 11, 12, more 11 than 12. Oh no, it's more 10 than 11. Oh no, call it 11-ish. I'm very aware of noises, sounds, ships, people equipping guns, thruster noises, that kind of thing while we're doing this. So system access granted, continue, checking comm array status. It's gonna allow us, right, disconnect uplink. Okay, proceed. Right, comms are off. Comms are off. And where's that goddamn entrance? There it is. So we come out of here again. Again, we don't care if we've got 15 ships out here from the UEE Navy. We just don't care. So now the comms are off, we can go back to that that bunker. I might even go, yeah, go destroy the monitors first. That'll be because that mission should end in like 30 minutes if we don't do it. Close the cargo bay. And because we're lucky, because we can just quantum to this without having to put up with the goddamn guns. Or else we'd be quantuming somewhere out of the range of the guns. But is anybody talking? No, we're fine. I don't think anybody cares about the ECN alert. Right, so engines on. It's very interesting though why it's Aberdeen, and it says it's Aberdeen. Because, like I say, since 3.19, it's been all over the place. So let's do a test. Let's come into this comm array. Let's come into this comm array and just see if we get fired at by this, the guns on this comm array. We shouldn't do. But if CIG have corrected the locations and naming of the locations in the missions, that's a step forward. So what we got, and we got a monitor. Now, from experience, I've done quite a few of these because I've had to dig myself out of the shit with bad reputation because of the failed assessment missions. You don't find the third monitor until you've destroyed one of them. So I find 2 of them and then destroy one. No, they're not firing at us, are they? They are not firing at us. I could actually take this comm array down as well, but a bit of a waste of time. Right, where's... So that's one. 7.2 kilometers away. Those, I think, will be the defenses, but we're going to go check it out anyway. Yeah, they are the defenses. So, about this one. I think it's too close. Too close to the comet. Yeah, it is. Right. So. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's a monitor. Ah, now we've got one that's 9. This could be a monitor as well. And it is a monitor. So what I'm going to do, now I've found 2, one's below me. I'm going to, guns to full power. I'm going to destroy this. I'm going to go down to the other one. Oh, there's a buccaneer. We'll now our time has started. We get 5 minutes to destroy all 3. In fact, fuck the buccaneer for now. It's going to fire fucking missiles at us. Got another monitor. Just over 4 minutes. That's probably going to be another monitor as well. Oh no, it's a ship. We've just been targeted. We'll destroy this. There's another buccaneer. So we're looking for... Never mind that one. Yeah, there it is. So we'll come into this one. We'll get this. We'll destroy all 3. We'll get paid. But yeah, fortuitously, the defense turrets were firing. The defense turrets were firing at the ship. Fucking Buccaneer. Buccaneers are horrible because they're fast and very liberal with their with the missiles. What was I saying? I seem to be Uchizo Araki. Pretty cool name. It's going to be a dead cool name shortly. I think. Oh, go away, go away. Don't really matter to me, mate. Okay. Right, so what we got left? So we're going to track that. And there we go. We're going to go to Hurston. Sometimes I could go to Everest Harbour, but sometimes travelling to the station from this distance ends you up crashing into the planet. So always go to the planet, never an orbital marker or a orbital station. Okay, and we've got target. Okay, so the comms are off. We're all going on a Sherman holiday. Gonna be a lot of blasting for a minute or two. We're gonna kill all the guards and hostiles. It's gonna be fun for me and you for a minute or two. Right. Okay. So, not too confident about this, but we've done bits and bobs in between. What I want to do is get rid of all the goddamn guards, then fly away and then come back. Because on occasion, not every time, but once or twice, the enemy has spawned above, when they've been under the ground, they have spawned above the floor, you know. So got nothing else to do. It's wrecked. I might as well fuck around with it and see if my pseudo crystal ball works. I haven't got a pseudo crystal ball, nor was I blessed with the gift of clairvoyance at any time in my life. But you know, software is software. And if you can work out what the problem is and how to get around it, it just depends how much work it is, how much time and effort is involved. Nah, fuck that. Look at this. Look how far away the target is from the bunker. Jesus. But we've got to get down there anyway to kill the guard or whatever. Yeah, just gets fucking worse. But it's amazing that this contract has stayed open for this amount of time. Oh. Thank you. Remember that. Thank you, Charles, for reminding me. Right, so we're going to park it where we parked it last time. Which, I'm going to really check it now. That is a little. This is annoying as. Can I get it? I can't back that up much more than that. I'm going to have to. I'll use the back of it. The back of the elevator. That's as good as anything. I'm gonna go knock out some Hurston guards. I love Hurston, right? I absolutely love Hurston, but the Hurston security set of thugs. Absolute set of thugs, right? I should be okay to get. Yeah. I might even be able to get on the front of it. Yeah. We're alright. What's my gun like? 60. We're fine. Do you know? I'm running towards the book. I thought, I can hear an engine. It's a bloody car outside on the road, outside my house, not in the game. I'm like, where's that engine coming from? Somebody needs a new exhaust. Right, okay. So, another interesting. Oh, I was going to say another interesting thing. We've got no markers for the guards, but we have. So that is my. Where's my ship gone? No marker for the ship. What the hell is that? Who knows? But now he's 400 under the bunker. What we got in here? God, nothing. Lynx legs purple. I wouldn't throw them on a bonfire. Well, I probably would actually. Right, so where's the? There's the guard. Where's the goddamn guard gone? He can't be there. Oh, yes, he can. It's a weird place to be, is that? And this body is still here, the one that I moved. I didn't kill it, I just moved it with the multi-tool. Bum ba dum ba dum bum bum bum. Bum ba dum ba dum bum. We're going where the sun shines brightly. We're going where the sea is blue. Beep-a-dee, beep-a-dee, beep-a-dee. Beep-a-dee, beep-a-dee, beep-a-dee. Why isn't he dead? It's nothing like killing a Hurston guard with his own fucking gun. Well, that's that, isn't it? That's failed the fucking mission. Right, so... oh god, why don't I just drop the bastard? Now, I've got rid of all markers because I failed the mission. However, that doesn't bother me. There'll be other... Fuck me, another... Jesus Christ, another P6. How many is that? 6? Don't give me another one. Right. Mama nama nama nama. Do 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 do. Ba ba da ba ba da ba ba da ba. No, we don't want that. Did we check? We didn't check on top here, down here. No crates, no crate on top there. What's he got on him? Oh, actually, might be. Yeah. Might be an idea to loot this guy. He might have something worth having. Tight bastards. No more crates. 12 minutes 45. Why have I got 99%? Why have I lost 1% health? No crate, no crate. No crates. No crates. Might as well pick that up. Bottles are still here that I threw down. Right. So, none there, none there, none there. It might have been an idea. Thinking about it, it might have been an idea to knock the guard out, not kill him, and then remove his body, put it on the ship, take it somewhere, dump it, and then come back. But how much time do I want to waste on this trying to get it to work when it should work without a problem? However, when the comms are out, it doesn't matter when the comms are out. If you kill a guard, you fail a mission. But several... did that wrong, didn't it? That's it. Several other possibilities that now stem from that I might try next time when it fails. And it will fail next time. It will most definitely fail next time. Right, so notice how I put one item in my inventory and then I can drag everything else off. Medpen, and blue. Is that blue? Yeah, that's blue. Is that's grey? Right, okay. So, really quite pleased that that's failed. You know, it's frustrating. It is frustrating. I'm not looking to sort of get annoyed or angry because this is just software development, and I'm going to hope that it works eventually. I don't know when, but it looks unlikely that CIG are going to fix this before IAE. So now I'm in what to do mode, and fuck me. Illegal occupant, evict illegal occupants, click. How much fucking... Ah, that's why. Because I did that destroy monitors mission, I'm now on level 2. So we've got much more, you know, we can evict illegal occupants. Which is great fun. Rufus. Eliminate contraband stash. Breckenridge. Let's go for this. Let us go for this one, because it was my mate Nugget who told me that the retrieve confidential consignment missions and the eliminate contraband stash missions were the only ones that were working. I haven't been able to test this yet because I've not been able to get the reputation, but now I've got it. So let's see how this goes. Apparently, the enemies should respawn indefinitely, according to what I've been told, which I'm looking forward to. So what we do first is go back to Everest, dump our shit, put some armour on that we don't care that we lose, like dust up or whatever. Good chance we're going to get killed on this one, but it's just so good. So good. I would do these all the goddamn time. You know, the infinite spawning missions. There's got to be a way of doing it. You know, from zero to hero, as they like to say. That's just me exercising my bad habits of turning off and on the navigation system isn't that bad now, but the price of having the navigation system partially fixed is at the expense of everything else. So you know, I hate to say this, but you know, 1 step forward, 5 steps back. Or, you know, 1 step forward, think of a number of steps back. People always say that, and it is true, unfortunately. I'd love to see this software progress a lot further than it is doing, and a lot faster than it is doing, but you know, CIG have their way of working, and it's going to be that way for the duration, I think. Maybe in another 11 years we'll have a second system, a third system, sorry. We've got a second system, Pyro.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Doop-a-doop-a-doo, 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 doo-doo. Oh, come on, don't do this to me. I'm not going that fucking fast. Fuck me. In fact, no. I'll land on the pad. Oh no, I can't. I can't repair it. Can I No, I'll land in a hangar. I can repair on the pad. But auto land like a noob.
Complete. Pleasant stay.
Bum 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 bum. So we'll wait until it's finished because we've had problems clicking them all at the same time. So we'll wait for one process to end before we start another one. Restock is for the missiles we fired and the countermeasures we used. It's taking a hell of a long time to refuel that hydrogen. Oh, you fucking bastard. So it's kicked me out. It won't give me the option again, and it hasn't refueled my ship. See? to not refuel my ship. We'll do it another way. We'll do it another way. Why is my shields... What the hell's going on, Charles? Hangar bay doors are still... Are they closed or up? Oh no, that's space. What the hell? Oh, screw it. Stuff it. In fact, move all. Take the gun off. Backpack, helmet, arms. Now, when we drag all this off, it should just put everything into our thing. Vehicles, move all. Right. Oh, there's Rodney. Need to find Alice. Rodney and Alice are my turtles. That's what I named them. And I don't know what the purpose of turtles is yet, but right. Okay. Why have I only got... Oh, I know what I'm doing. Just, you know, I'm the captain of the ship. Of course I know what I'm doing. I always use that excuse. Med pen. Bum ba dum ba dum bum bum ba dum ba dum. Ammo. Right. If this is any indication, oh god, P6, and that will that stack? No. Put it in the ship inventory. And it stacks, and then just move it back to there. Inventory's fucked. No pending moves, no problems there, and god, I hate that. Look, you hover over your local, no blur. Hover over your vehicles, blurred as fuck. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Right, I want a doodah. I want one of them. And I want a helmet. Put that in there. Dust up. Backpack. What am I missing? Arms. Right, arms. Dust up arms. There we go. Right, so yeah. Right, weapons. This should be our gun with our scope and silencer on it, and it is definitely. And then those and our pistole with the stuff on it. Yeah, that's got it all on. Knife in there. Sustenance. We're going to take 3 of those. We're also going to grab 3 more because we're going to need a drink soon. Utility. Oh god. I'm glad the split. Oh, let's take. Yeah, we're fine. That should be our multi-tool with our tractor beam in it, and it's got a tractor beam in it. That's good. What else do we need? We're missing something. Oh, I know what I'm talking about. I stacked all this and I should have just left it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. According to this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. What else have we not got? We haven't got medgun. I think that's us kitted out, sorted out. Yeah, I'm good to go. However, need to sort the ship out first. I'm not bothered about the 99% health, although it is annoying that it comes up at, you know, I think it should only pop up at when you're in danger.
You are clear to launch.
Cheers, Rog. No point in showing you've got 99% health. I mean, Jesus. What we'll do, we know we're near the doodah, the landing pad, so we'll just come across and land on the landing pad and try and repair and doodah,
And please visit again.
repair, restore, restock, sorry, restore, Jesus, fucking Windows yesterday, I had Windows problems yesterday for like 3 hours, 4 hours, oh my God. I'm on Windows 11 now, and it's going great, actually. All apart from one preview update, which wrecked my system. Windows 11 is working absolutely fine. So let's go from the top down instead of from the bottom up. Right, so that's working better. I mean, it repaired straight away. And I know I've tested this already. It takes 1 credit or 2. Oh, you fucking bastard. Is that... fuck me. It cuts out before it's totally refueled you. Now, what size pad is this at the other side? We don't care. It might not fit this ship, but we don't care. Trying to get it to auto land, but oh yeah, it is gonna. I know one of these external pads is a size 1, which you're not supposed to be able to land this ship on. It's good enough, but I'm not happy with that. Refueling is screwed. Right, we're at Breckenridge, aren't we? We're gonna have to play this one by ear. And I've not done one of these yet, so it's dark bastards. I've not done one of these yet, but the reports that I've heard are not favourable towards solo players, so that's why I'm doing it. By the way, I'm just gonna check the stream. The stream is good. Let me just have a look. Right, so I'm gonna say this now. Nugget, if you're watching and you laugh at me later, I'm gonna find something to annoy you with. Because you have warned me. You have warned me. So I'm more, to be honest, I'm more interested in the, oh God, I'm never gonna get there. I'm more interested in the mechanics of the NPCs than anything. And the mission. I want to see how this plays out, but I can't do that with any degree of certainty while everything's knackered. We'll see. I'm just thinking about tactics. I'm going to do the usual covert, not let them see me, take them out from cover. But they carry on spawning. That's going to be difficult. I'm thinking about vantage points. I'm thinking about angles and being unsighted. Because if they see me and that's working, they'll know where I am. Sometimes they know where you are and they haven't seen you from the noise of your gunfire. Other times it's just a lottery. Now this marker's gonna disappear shortly, I should imagine, so I'm gonna slow it down a bit. I'm gonna slow it down a lot actually. Right, now, so we've got one turret so far which we're gonna target. We're gonna put guns to full power. And I'm just going to hang around and creep in to 1500. 1500 is when they're going to start shooting me. They've targeted me already. I think CIG should put missile launchers here as well. I think they should have like 4 missile launchers and 8 turrets around the bunker. It's like, what the fuck, are you crazy? Well, okay, then if you don't like that, land 2 kilometers away and drive in with an Ursa and take them all out. Anybody who thinks you can't take turrets and missile launchers out with an Ursa should watch my previous videos at the Adventures in Klesher. Oh, me and Nugget had so much fucking fun at Klesher, it was unreal. I want to do that shit again. Right, so here we go. We're going to go in. There's only one turret, unbelievably. Oh, whatever. Yeah. Thank you. Right. Lights on. Oh, there's another one. In fact, there's 4 now. Hostile territory. No shit, Sherlock. I'm going to take some... I'm going to take them to the armor of the ship. Oh no, I'm not. Shields held up. Might have taken a bit of damage to the ship there, but there's no red bits, so they're not even tainted. Yeah, we're fine. I'm a little bit disappointed in the ease at which I took those 4 turrets out. On previous patches, it's been a right bitch. You know, you've had to do 2 or 3 journeys because they take your shields down that fast. But they did spawn well after. I mean, they should all spawn at the same time, but they did spawn well after the first one. I thought there was only one turret. So that might be a problem. Looking for a place to land, and CIG have done a wonderful, wonderful job of cluttering this area outside the bunker. It basically means, though, that anybody with a ship like this, I'm going to land it straight in between these posts. With a ship like this, I'm going to put it in what I see to be the best place to land. And if anything happens, and my ship, if I die, and my ship gets left here, then it's going to piss the next person off who comes along. I'm going to just cheat and use external view here just to get it kind of. So no, I want to get it as far as I can without without messing it up. Right, so I can get in sort of no. What am I hitting here? Back a bit. That's not good. I can tell for a start that's not good. What am I on? Nothing. Oh, right, peg there. 2 pegs. So up a bit. Oh, shit. That's it. Down. Right, that's good. That is good. Yeah. Land's not... Well, it is falling away. It is falling away slightly. But we should just take it back a meter or two. Yeah, okay. Happy with that. Lights off. Here we go. Hostile territory. And I hate that message being there. I mean, in my mind, you've got all this at the top of the screen, right? That hostile territory could be at the top. In fact, every fucking message that comes up in the middle of the screen could be at the top. You don't want it in the middle of the screen like that. Right, so let me check my gun. I've got 63 in the gun. I actually should have brought it's 0 again. Why is it 0? Oh, because I've took the gun off. Right. Okay, that's good. That is a really good height. 85. No turrets. No more turrets will spawn. 60. With 0, I've gone at 60. Why do we do that? It gives us the range, the optimal range. Now, it just say effective range 40 meters. It's much, much more than that. I've shot enemies at 250 meters with an FS9. And it's shit because you waste a lot of ammo, but certain shots do hit. I've shot enemies at 400 meters with a sniper rifle. I had a scalpel on the, I think it was Heartmoor platform, or it might have been, no, it was Heartmoor, definitely Heartmoor. And the enemies were like 380 meters away or something. And you couldn't even see them until you put the scope on. And then when you use the telescopic sight, you could see them. I don't know what to expect here. Nugget, if you're watching and laughing your ass off right now, I'm going to take you off my fucking friends list. No, I never do that, but I'm a little bit, don't know what to expect. But I should have brought spare ammo. Fuck me. I really should have brought spare ammo. If not, why not? That's what I say. Has he got any more? Asshole. Die, bitch. You won't hear me talking a lot now because I'm listening for sounds. I'm listening for footsteps, talking, click of guns, anything that gives me an advantage. Right, like that fucker. In fact, Nugget, if you are watching and you're not online, get your ass online. Now, I remember from before, you had to have a number of packages to eliminate, like it was 644 or something, or 600 and something, 688 or 677 or whatever. Footsteps. Fuck me. It's the boss. It's the fucking boss. The fuck, I don't want that one. But the footsteps, I love what CIG have done. They've increased the sound of the ambient sound of the bunker, making everything that much more difficult to hear. You've really got to pay attention to like that click. Did you hear that click? That's a normal noise. Nothing makes that noise apart from the ambience of the bunker, and it's to distract you. Love this. CIG live to fuck with you, and that is what I love about these missions. You hear all kinds of shit, and you think, what's that? And it's nothing. And you see smoke, and mist, and haze, and it looks like a shadow. Footsteps. Yeah? Yeah, CIG. You shut up. Could you believe this is the day you die? So, right, okay, we've got fucking bastard. Oh man. I can see great potential for this. I can see great potential for this. Oh my god, yes. But I'm going to waste quite a bit of time here. I am going to waste quite a bit of time. Now, did he drop a weapon? Which one is it? Is it this one? No, it's the other one. So they come in waves. They do come in waves. And my idea, I know where all the packages are. I know exactly where they spawn and how many of them there is in each area. And that's pallets, not packages, because the packages, you know, they can be 8 on a pallet, or they can be 6 or 2. It can be any number of packages of these drugs packages on a pallet. But I know where all the pallets are, and I know how many of them there are in each area. So it's going to be a case of eliminating all the enemies. This one there. Or is that CIG messing with my goddamn eyes again? See, at one time, they had shadows. And I thought I saw a shadow then. But like I say, they mess with your head. And I want to experience the waves. I want to see how many of them there is. I want to see how fierce they are. Pretty fucking hostile, to be honest. Another boss.
Let's go to work. Just gonna go and check this out. Give it a glance.
Come on. Jesus. Right, that's fucked up. I'm going to have to sort that out. In fact, I'm not sure the bosses now. They've got they wear Citadel armor. They carry an FS9, so it's like a super heavy. But I'm not sure if the voice came from the left, so. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to experience the hostiles before I run in there Rambo style and shoot everything, because I'm just going to get dead. I'm always really cautious. Although I love the on-foot FPS combat, I'm always cautious with it. Whereas, you know, you see other people... Oh, there's one. Are you gonna fucking die? He took some downing, didn't he? Other people run around and just shoot them as they find them. I mean, I once saw a friend of mine run around a bunker at Mavdog. He ran around the fucking bunker naked, and I am not lying. He ran around the bunker naked, meleeing the bastards. Didn't die. I'm like, you crazy bastard. He was laughing his ass off the whole time. I mean, I was afterwards, but, you know, I just imagined me having to save his ass. And he was naked, fisting them. I mean, he's German, and I know, you know, he gets some pretty...
Wherever they are, they won't get away long.
Right, so it's definitely left, and from the volume of it, I'd say quite close. But there's no way. I'm not happy yet with the spawn rate.
Came across a body. Go investigate the area.
It's random as fuck. Beautiful. Totally unpredictable. The question is, though, why this mission? Why is this working absolutely, well, seemingly absolutely great so far, and other missions are knacked? Why is that? What helmet is that? A Neone Yuki Honor helmet. That is quite cool. That is pretty damn cool. But yeah, this mission is codenamed "Let the Bodies Pile High." It's the Boris Johnson mission. If you don't know what I'm referring to, Boris Johnson allegedly, well, no, not allegedly, it's been fucking proven. He said in one of his messages to one of his private secretaries, "Let the bodies pile high," over COVID. He was our prime minister at the time. This bastard's running the country. Let the bodies pile high, let the old die so the young may live. Which, if you want that translating, it means those who don't pay any tax, they can die, and the young ones that have got plenty of tax years left in them, they should live. That's how that translates. Anybody who disagrees hasn't got much life experience. Yeah, I'll come back for you in a bit. We're going where the sun shines brightly. We're going where the sea is blue. I can't just drag that magazine off there. What I'm going to do is run back out to my ship. I want all the magazines. All of them. Oh God, look at my heart rate. So I'm going to strip the magazines off the guns, put the guns in my ship. Da-di-da-di-da-da. I want as much ammo as possible. Okay. Now, see, number 2's got 3 in it, and I don't know why that is. That one. So we put that one in there. I can't drag. Let me. Put that back on there. Now this one should be my 83. That's fine. Yeah, okay. Okay. Didn't I just have 3 in there? I just had 3 magazines in there, didn't I? Fuck's sake. Let me try this again. So, drag that off. No pending move. Right. Put the gun back. Why has that got a... Oh shit, that's the wrong gun, that's why. Duh. Put that one on. And that's not got a magazine either, so... And that's got 83 on it. Right, so... Windy City, Windy City, Windy City. Fucking hell. I've just got 1 magazine left, and I don't know where it is because I can't see it. Ah, you bastard. Where's the one with 83? Get that one on the floor. Throw that away. Right, so they've come back. And I need one in my gun. So we get the gun out. Reload it. And I've still got the magazine of 3. And I've put it on the ground. Oh no, I've got 8, yeah. I've got one of these is 83. That one. No, we'll leave it where it is. We'll leave it where it is. Right, okay. Put the gun away again. Go back into the bunker. In fact, I'm not on goddamn Discord, am I? Just bear with me. See, now is the time where there's not a lot going on. And it gives you a false sense of security, thinking, oh, there's no enemies about. But yeah, I'm thinking, don't rush it. I'm not happy at all. And by happy, I don't mean pissed off. I mean, I'm not confident. I'm not certain. I'm not assured. I'm in no way convinced that walking out and destroying packages is a great idea. So what we're going to do now is change our gun. See what I mean? The fuck did he go?
Someone get eyes on this slippery bastard now.
Wait a minute. Got tier 2 injury. Sneaky little fuck. Bastard. I couldn't melee him. I could not melee him. .23 in a gun. Okay.
I'll say this one.
Love this. Right, so what I'm going to do is try another med pen. Doesn't give me anything extra. Doesn't give me anything extra at all. Right. So 68% health is all I can hope for. Keep your fucking head up. I mean, for me, I could sit here all day and do this. I really could. Let's just, yeah. Do you know where I am? Do you know exactly where I am? So that's a bit of a delay, but never mind. Can't fire that gun, why not? Okay. Can't fire that gun. Right, gotta get the fuck out of here. Now I can fire it. Right. What the hell happened there? Just give me a minute. Wow, fuck me. Just a minute. Wow, blast from the past. One of my old GTA 5 friends just messaged me on Discord. Get him playing Star Citizen. Right. Right. So, I'm knackered here because my heart rate is going 10 to the dozen. I'm stood still. I need a drink. My drugs are running out, and I don't know what's going to happen after that. So I'm in a pretty, not a terminal state, but I want to see what happens. I suppose I can keep pumping myself with med pens and maintain this level, but it's shit, is what it is. This gun, fuck's sake. This gun, I need to get rid of it. I just need to drop it. Inspect, drop. Where's store, equip? Oh, get rid of this fucking thing. something's not going right here. I lost the ability. I lost the ability to fire the gun. It wouldn't fire. And that's after I picked up that C-54. So something's not going according to plan. But that's 60. But I'm more concerned about my health. It's only a tier 2 injury, but it's causing me some grief. Why are you going back down into the bunker? Because I'm cool like that. Where's the boss gone? Oh, there he is. Right. So, Nugget's not wrong. This is great. This is absolutely great. Love this. Not you. What's that? It's unwise to continue. While, I mean, the randomness of them is awesome. You don't know what you're coming up against. But I need to get fixed. Now, this would have been this is going to be great for the Pisces Rescue and the Cutlass Red, or if you want to bring a Carrick, anything with a med bed in it. Oh, wait a minute. Because then I could heal. And this is what Tux Duhasjani Maka. This is what, don't worry, Duhasjani Maka is German for you're a fruitcake. and it's one of the very few sentences that I know in German. And my German friend Tuck said, "You need a Pisces rescue," and now I understand why. But doing this solo, doing this mission solo is, you can look at it two ways. You can look at it as an opportunity to prove oneself as a combatant, as a mercenary, as a whatever you want to pat yourself on the back for, or you can see it as absolute stupid suicide mission. It's a stupid suicide mission for me. You've all watched, hopefully you've all watched Hunger Games. May the odds forever be in your favour. Well, I like that. I like the fucking odds to be in my favour. The odds are not in my favour with this. Oh God. Can I loot this guy? This is another problem I'm having with carry store. I just want to loot him. I just want to loot the bastard. Move it all into the vehicle. That's the backpack. But yeah, I can't click on. I can't click on him to loot, so I'm gonna try and move him, or even turn him around. And for some reason it put my multi-tool away then when I was trying to turn him around. Oh God. You can't. Oh, I should be able to. No. Carry. No. No loot. No loot. No loot. Why can't I loot this? Ah, loot. Right, okay. So we'll take his ammo. We've already got his gun. I'll have a look in his armour, see what he's got in there. I'll just move it all over, whatever it is. And then get the multi-tool out again. And I can't. I'll tell you what. Open the cargo bay. Grab the body. Bung it on the ship somewhere. Is he up? He's up. Close the cargo bay. Put that away. Get up here. We're looking to go back, get sorted out. I want to see what happens. I mean, that is not enough experience for me with this mission. I want to see what happens when I leave the area, whether it quits the mission or whatever. I'll sort it out later. But primarily now, because I've got no friends online, any medical ships they can bring to assist me. I'd really love somebody else on this mission. It would be easier with two people. However, can it be done solo? I'm just, the super heavy that I tried to melee 3 or 4 times and he didn't go down. I was just swiping fresh air. I stood right next to him. I'm just a little bit concerned about that. Is it a problem, or just gonna? Is it a problem, or is it intended? And on the back of that thought, I'd really like to see CIG implement refueling progress do not lift off. Are you having a goddamn laugh? Where somebody's wearing armour, medium or heavy, they shouldn't be able to be incapacitated by somebody in a jumpsuit with the fists. Because right now, somebody in a jumpsuit can just walk up to somebody wearing Morozov armour, a full kit, and just knock them out. And if you imagine doing that, take a bomb disposal guy in all that gear, and you go up to him with a baseball bat and whack him over the head, he's going to say, "Oi, give over," or whatever. He's not going to knock him out. So what are you going to do with your fists? You know, or even a riot cop. You walk up to a riot cop, start punching him. Next thing you know, you've got 15 riot cops jumping on you and breaking all your limbs. It shouldn't be possible. Too many times I've been in a bunker and some guys arrived in just a jumpsuit and just knocked me out because I'm there, and that's what they're looking for. Oh, free armor, free guns, free everything. Thank you. Knock me out, laugh at me. Thanks, noob. Bye. And I think to myself, how is that possible? You know, I've got full armor on. And so, if I see anybody now in a bunker that's not part of my team, I shoot first and don't ask questions. You know, that's it. Don't give them the chance. Don't let them get near you. Don't give them the chance to do anything. Just shoot first. Now, just bear with me one moment. Looking for Everest Harbour. Hang on. Yo! Have you got your microphone on, mate?
What do you mean?
I hear you loud and clear. Du hast Gianni Maka.
Yeah, I can hear you as well.
Nice. How's it going, Turbo?
It's going pretty well. Like, I finished my bachelor's degree.
Oh, nice.
Finally.
What qualification did you get?
Bachelor of Science.
Nice. What kind of science?
Engineering, basically industrial engineering and management. That's what I studied for a few more years than expected.
Brilliant.
I will continue with my master's studies here.
So what does that involve then? Is that like building bridges or ships or?
No, like technically you could go in that direction, but I mean, it's more like whenever there are like economical fields and technical fields combined, and where there are like certain crossovers.
Right.
Point of touch in between, like in production facilities, logistics, and
Please proceed to
like
sign landing bay.
supply chain management. Usually in these areas, the majority of people that work there study in those kind of fields if they need more technical knowledge or some kind of technical background to understand like all the processes and stuff. But I mean, like, what I study is pretty broad. Like we have nothing we have to take. Like we are free to choose whatever direction we want to go. So there are a lot of consultants as well, like or people who graduate, like
Uh-huh.
alumni. It's usually become consultants, or many of other work for like the big companies in Germany, or
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I mean, like I'm right now doing an internship in retail consulting in like a well-known German sports corporate. Let's put it that way.
Okay, mentioning no names. That sounds really, really interesting. Wow. Well, congratulations on that. I mean,
Yeah, thanks, man.
I'm not surprised that you got it because you're one of the coolest and brightest people I know. Um, but yeah, that what an achievement. That is really good. That is really good.
Yeah, thanks.
Um, but
Well,
when you,
actually, can we actually hear us? Oh yeah, I can hear myself,
you've
or I can hear you.
yeah, on my stream,
Yeah.
I'm using OBS. I don't know if you know the software,
Complete.
No.
Doesn't say.
but it's software that allows you to stream the game from your computer to YouTube or Twitch, and it uses the audio of the system. So as long as I'm on like Discord or Skype or anywhere
Yeah.
that puts the audio through the system, it comes up on the stream. That's why I said I'm streaming if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind at all.
I mean, at least the world gets to hear your cool voice. And man, it's been years. How many years has it been?
I think in 2021 we last talked. If
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
wrong.
I
It
think
was still during COVID.
yeah. The last time we spoke, when did they release? Oh God, I can't even remember the name of the mission in GTA with El Rubio.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean it was 2021. Because I still let me check on the.
I remember we went on the mission and we planned it for weeks, and then mentioning no names, it got ran through so quickly. I fell asleep while we were doing the mission, and it was so late at night, and
Yeah.
I was really annoyed at that because I thought, after all that planning and discussion, we should have done it the way we said we were going to do it instead of rushing through it. I think that was the last time we spoke. I think we spoke one time after that on Discord.
Yes.
I can't remember when that was. But yeah, I'm doing all right. I've got a few health problems
Oh.
that I'm not going to get into now while I'm streaming. I'll tell you about them some other time. But I've had to give up work, and I'm just trying to get on with life, basically. There's been no sort of great disasters to talk about. With the effect that COVID's had on everybody. I've been quite lucky that family and friends are all okay. I do know a couple of people that died, but
really?
they weren't close friends. They were one was a friend of a friend, and another was my mate's family. That I met at a barbecue once many years ago. So yeah, it's pretty stable at the minute. But yeah, I've got nothing brilliant to tell you.
I mean, it's always good to talk to you anyway.
Yeah.
It's a shame to hear about your situation a bit. But I mean, like, as long as you're somehow doing well still.
Yeah, I am. I mean, I think the last the last time we spoke, you were trying to work your way through fucking every girl in Germany. Have you managed that yet?
Not like I planned to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
Mm,
2021 was a bit rough in that regard at the end,
yeah.
but now I'm focusing more getting things done in like career aspect and
Yeah.
even academically the end of 2021 for an
Yeah.
exchange semester. I don't know if
Yeah.
I'm to you,
You keep
but that was
cutting out, mate. Can you just say that last sentence again? I got to you and
what is
nothing
my
else.
internet. Oh well, let me repeat it. I mean, like I was in Finland for exchange semester 2021.
Oh, right. Okay.
Had a great time there, but I think I didn't mention it to you. That was what I was saying. And no, I mean like I'm planning to go to Asia next year. I already got an offer for like exchange semester. Still thinking about it. Looking for other opportunities. It would be Taiwan, but not Taipei. That's like the big issue, let's say. I mean, like, yeah, still fucking cool, but
Yeah.
I'm looking into other options.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, there's not much else. Like, I mean, I'm thinking like if I can level up as well, like career wise, because there should be other opportunities as well.
Yeah.
Like related to my internship, maybe.
Uh-huh.
If I do great.
Yeah.
But I might talk it to you a bit more in detail as well, like at another point. 'Cause
Yeah,
right now
sure.
I should be working. I'm at home office, but I have no task for today.
Right.
Like no real task. That's why I was so free. And I
Yeah.
always saw you on Discord online, but I was thinking like, I don't know what he's doing actually. So I thought
Yeah.
like maybe I should send a message out. I mean like, I barely managed to talk to like the other guy. I sometimes ride with him, but I don't know. He's always doing his Linux thing and playing games on I don't know what PlayStation probably or something. So that's
Ooh,
why.
Zetion. Hmm.
Yeah. So I mean, like I was thinking about visiting him this year, but I don't know if I will manage. But maybe next year.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah. I know he was into Linux, and I kind of regretted telling him what I did for a hobby, because then I got like question after question after question. I'm like, oh my god, I've just become technical support without knowing it.
yeah.
But you know, it's what you're interested in that drives you and motivates you. If that's what he wants to do,
Hi. Let me know
Yeah.
if there's anything I can help you with.
fully encourage that. I mean, game-wise, you'll see the game I'm playing now. It's a game called Star Citizen.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard of it, but
Nope. I just searched on it and found out it's like basically open. I don't know. It's not open source, but I mean like it's like an alpha since 2013.
yeah. It's a really, really good looking game. You can see from the graphics
Yeah.
that it's a really good looking game, and it's still being developed. So much I could tell you about this, I could waste your entire day. But it's something I got involved in back in 2014. Another German friend of mine, Scourge, they call him.
Okay.
At the time, it was Elite Dangerous and Star Citizen, and they both got announced within sort of a week of each other. And it was a similar theme about flying spaceships around, you know, and exploring space and all this. And my friend Scourge was more attracted to Star Citizen, but I was an Elite fanboy. You know,
Oh, okay.
I'd played all the old games to death, spent years and years and years playing all these Elite games. So when Elite Dangerous came out, of course I was more attracted to that than any other game. To be honest, it turned out to be a bit shit. It turned out to be a lot shit because because of the way that it played out was that all the useful, interesting, and most well-known areas of space were taken over by large groups, and anybody who went there that wasn't one of them got killed. I don't know if you've played EVE Online, but it was a lot of EVE Online players started playing Elite like it was EVE Online, where they patrolled and commanded and protected their own area of space. But in Elite Dangerous, it wasn't a designated area. You could just go out and say, right, we're here, and anybody who comes here is going to get killed. So it turned out to be real shit in the end. And Frontier Developments, the company behind it, didn't give a shit. You know, they didn't give a shit that people weren't able to take part in a lot of things because they were just getting harassed, intimidated, bullied, and killed at every opportunity. More so than that, Frontier Developments changed their mandate, and they moved the goalposts that many times at the expense of the backers, which they call founders. They really fucked each other over, and we got screwed. And they kept doing it to such a point. I just said, "Fuck it. I'm not even gonna bother." I think I've logged in once since, once since 2015. I've logged into Elite Dangerous. But yeah, Star Citizen's been in development since that time, and it's slowly is the productive word here, slowly progressing. As you know, with any software, it needs working out and fine-tuning, issues solving. Everything needs to work properly. To be brutally honest, there are still, to this day, a lot of problems with the software in many ways. Some things get fixed, and other things get left and not fixed. Some of the things that do get fixed come back as problems later on. And it's a bit it's a bit of an unknown in that respect. It's become a bit of a joke to a lot of people, and a lot of other people have just turned their back on it for that reason. But this is more like the universe that I want to be in, as opposed to Elite Dangerous. This should, if Elite Dangerous was anything like Star Citizen, Elite Dangerous would have been absolutely fantastic. But it's more hardcore, sci-fi fanatical than Elite Dangerous is Star Citizen, and for me it suits me better. So I do spend a lot of time, more time testing the software than actually playing it as a game.
Really?
Yeah. There's a big infrastructure set up for reporting problems and testing and all kinds of things related to the software, and I'm part of that. And yeah, you know, just waste time away because, like I say, I'm not working now. So I've got pretty much all day, every day to do with what I want to do with my life. And yeah, some days are better than others. I do have really bad days. Yeah. God, there's so much to talk about. but like nothing that's going to make you wow, not like your story. I'm like, wow, fucking brilliant,
I mean, like, it's right now. I mean, like, I'm still young, so at this point, there are many changes. I mean, if I'm probably a bit older, it will be, let's say, less less changing, more like the daily routine,
Hmm.
the normal life.
Yeah,
It's most likely going to be that. So I mean, like,
but yeah, you're all set now to get a great job, aren't you? I mean, it's with those kind of qualifications and experience and skill, you're gonna be able to walk in pretty much anywhere.
yeah, I hope so. I hope so.
Especially if you're looking at the retail trade. I mean, Jesus, how big's that?
Oh yeah, that's huge. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure which direction I will at the end go. Like, I like the retail aspect, like, and in that direction of business development, strategical planning, like those things are pretty much what I really like. But maybe I might also to consulting and do like those things there.
Right.
Depends on like what opportunities will come throughout the years now,
Yeah. Yeah.
and I will see what I can make out of it at the end. I mean, I
Well.
got a good opportunity now, and if I don't, let's say, fuck it up, it could work out pretty greatly. But like the world is pretty much global. I can speak two languages that are at least needed or very sought after to a certain level.
Uh-huh.
I mean, and that's like the thing that may open certain doors in the future.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, your English has always been excellent, but I've always joked with you that your English is shit, but it is actually fucking good. It really
thanks
is.
for that.
Yeah, yeah. If you ever get a job at Aces, let me know.
Aces.
Yeah, yeah. If you ever start working for Aces, then I'm going to start bugging you to get me put on the official testers list. You know my background of hardware, computer hardware,
Yes.
and all that. But if you ever get a job at Asus, let me know. Get me put on the official testers list and get me all the good shit that I can't afford to buy. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I will try. So I don't know if I will ever end up in Taiwan, but who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah. Because
Man.
I did some testing for Solid Run a few years ago.
Okay.
But that ended. They were only interested in a certain line of hardware. And I tested all that. I mean, it was expensive shit. But I had no use for it. It was routers, network, fiber stuff. And I don't have fiber or anything like that. So, although I was testing the hardware, I couldn't test it to its full potential because I don't have a fiber connection, and I don't have an internal fiber network. So, bit fucking pointless, really. But I was more interested in the ARM. What Solid Run do is they use ARM technology, pretty much exclusively. So that was what I was interested in, and they had a system they were selling called the Honeycomb, and I was interested in testing that, and I was still good friends with the lead developer on that. His name's John Nettleton, American guy, really cool guy, but I wasn't able to get on that platform, so missed out on the Honeycomb. Basically, it's like a 16-core fucking monster of a beast. All ARM technology. It's not Intel, all ARM. And
Crazy.
yeah, I was looking forward to that, but it just didn't work out for whatever reason. And One good thing though, if I have to brag about anything, we were on Discord one day. All the developers were talking about it, and they were talking about, oh yeah, this thing will run at 110 degrees centigrade, and you won't have a problem. And I said, no, 110 degrees is gonna reduce the life of your hardware dramatically. You need to be running it at 70 or below.
Yeah.
But they were running the straight chip, and it had a big heat spreader on it, and they'd gone to a lot of time and trouble of developing this 16-core chip so that it ran with this heat spreader. And I said, "No, come on, guys, just bang the biggest fucking heatsink you can find on top of it." So they eventually did. You know, they saw common sense and thought, yes, you know, running chips at over 100 degrees is going to shorten the life of the product, and by running it cooler, you're not losing any performance, but you're giving it more longevity. So it's going to be more stable and reliable for longer, because I think it was about 12 months after its initial launch that we were having this discussion. But yeah, the honeycomb is now features a pretty large heatsink because of my input into that particular discussion. Nothing to brag about, but makes
that's still not bad.
Makes sense to me. I mean, I stick heatsinks and fans on things that don't need heatsinks and fans, just to make it run cooler.
Yeah, it's always better on the long run to have those things.
Yeah.
Just in case you might need it.
Yeah. I upgraded my computer recently. I had an i5 system.
Yes.
And it was great. I could play all the modern games. I don't think there was anything that I used that tasked it in any way. And a friend of mine upgraded his. He asked me for my advice on what he should buy. And he bought pretty much everything I suggested, except he went for a water cooler instead of an air cooler.
Yeah.
I'm quite old-fashioned, and I know the air coolers run with distilled water, which is void of all minerals and contaminants that would transmit electrical current. So if they do leak, they're not going to destroy your hardware. But I just don't trust water coolers. In all my time of dealing with hardware, I've only come across one system that was blown up by a water cooler leak. And the events that led up to that, I'm not sure about, but it was just one machine. And that is what I base my whole bigotry on for not liking water coolers, because there's just one machine that got damaged because of it. But yeah, I mean, water coolers these days are fine. I much prefer air coolers, and I've got an i7 now, an i7 13700, is it? With the biggest fucking heatsink on it I could buy. In fact, no, I'm lying. It's the second biggest heatsink that Noctua make. So I strap that to it, and the highest temperature it gets to is 50. I think it's 56 degrees centigrade. And I'm running a 2K monitor now off an RTX 2070, maxed out, so all the settings are at absolute highest they can be, and I think the graphics card doesn't get above 60, and the CPU is 56 or below. So yeah, I've got it pretty much sorted out. And I forgot to tell you, the components I upgraded were almost identical to the ones that I suggested that my mate bought, except he got the same processor with the graphics built in, and I went for the processor without any graphics. You know, it's like $20 cheaper, but I don't want all that. I don't need the graphics card on the CPU. It just doesn't make any sense to me because I plug one in. Yeah, a couple. It's almost 2 years ago now. When Nvidia, when there was a massive semiconductor shortage, and the price of Nvidia cards went sky high. And I was working at a company that was paying me stupid money. So, you know, I was throwing it away. And there was a supplier, hardware supplier in the UK, got some cards in, exactly the card that I wanted, which was an Asus RTX 2070 Ti. And it was about $200 more than what I intended to pay for it, but $200, I just bought the card. You know.
Well, if you use it a lot, I mean, it's still worth the investment. I mean, it's always like you if you don't have to, or if you don't really need to, it's like one argument. But if you like it, if you use it a lot, I mean,
Yeah.
you're basically a lot on your computer and playing games and other stuff. And I mean,
yeah.
like, why not? Other just go and say like, yeah, I'm just buying like, I don't know, a new phone, a new something, and invest like the extra amount somewhere, or going to a nice dinner or like other stuff.
Yeah.
Car would be a more expensive thing to just say, but I mean, like, at the end of the day, you use it a lot, it's like worth the extra money at the end.
Yeah.
Especially during COVID, I mean,
Yeah. Now I have got a story to tell you about my car.
Yeah.
I went to the supermarket one day, April, first week of April. I gets to the supermarket and I'm just walking out with my bags and making my way to the car. Along comes an articulated truck, you know, like the trailer and the truck are separate. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
In comes an articulated truck and smashes into the back end of my car.
What?
Yep. Yeah. While I was about 10 meters away.
Okay, at least you weren't like.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, truck driver, he hits it with he's swinging the truck around in the car park and he doesn't know he's hit my car.
What?
So, he pulls his truck up and I'm stood there with my eyes wide open and my jaw hitting the floor, and I shouts to him, "Do you realise what you've done?" And he winds his window down and he says, "You what?" And I said, you don't know what you've just done." He said, "What have I done?" I said, "Well, look at the back of my car." So he got out of his truck, looked at the back of my car, and he said, his first words, "There's not much room to manoeuvre." And I said, "No shit." I said, "You didn't even know you'd done it. You just carried on." And he said, "Well, yeah, I didn't, you know." But it ripped the back end, not the whole back end, put a massive dent in, because it's a hatchback. You know, if you imagine it's like a VW Golf, right? If you imagine a VW Golf, so it smashed the back window, put the bumper from the trailer of the truck, put a hole in the hatchback. It ripped through the bumper, and it made a right mess. And I've got 3 bags of shopping that I need to get home because there's freezer stuff in there as well. So I'm thinking, Jesus, how am I going to sort this out? Long story short, the insurance company valued my car, and I've had the car for like 4 years. They valued my car at $1,000 more than what I paid for it.
Oh, that's at least something.
Yeah, but they wanted to write it off. They wanted to pay me out for the car and be done with it. So I said, look, for the money that you're willing to give me, because it wasn't brand new when I bought it. I said, for the money you're willing to give me, I can't buy another car, and I really, really need my car because of my health situation.
Yes.
But anyway, they weren't willing to back down. So I thought, right, so I'm gonna have to get some quotes. So I went round all my friends and people I know who do car repairs, and one of them said, I know a guy that can sort you out. So he put me in touch with this guy. This guy said, right, 600 British pounds and I'll fix it. You know. And I
Wow.
said, okay, which is less than a third of what they were offering me for the total value of the car. They were offering me it was about $3,000, about 2,750 British pounds.
Yeah.
So I said to the insurance company, right, so you're willing to offer me this and I can get it repaired for that, which is a fraction of what you say it's costing. So why are you writing it off? Anyway, there was a 3-week investigation and they came back to me and said, okay, we'll give you the go-ahead. Here's the money. Get it fixed. So I got it fixed, paid the guy for fixing it. The insurance company then came back to me and said, actually, whoever told you it was authorised, it wasn't authorised. But they'd already given me the money and I'd already got it fixed and gave the repair guy the money for fixing it. So I don't know what the insurance company was trying to say.
Yeah.
But there was another bill because the car was unroadworthy. It had to go into storage. And the garage that I had it in storage at, there was a £270 bill there that needed paying. And the insurance company were refusing to pay it. So I argued with them for about a month. And they eventually agreed to pay it. So in the end, I got the car fixed and everything was sorted. But it was awful to go through all that. You know.
I can imagine that. Like insurance companies, it's always like they take your money pretty quickly, but in case they have to pay something, it
Yeah.
takes ages.
Oh yeah. But if it hadn't have been for this guy rang me up and said, yes, it's been authorised, and took my bank details and then said, the money will be in your account within the next 48 hours.
Yeah.
And the money came in. I gave the go-ahead to the garage. The garage took 3 to 4 days to fix it. And then I paid the garage, and then I found out that it wasn't actually authorised because one of the bosses of the insurance company rang me up and explained and said, we didn't actually authorise this. I don't know where that authorisation came from. That's their business, not mine. But I know what you're saying. They take your money. Oh, they're more than willing to take your money, but when they need to pay out, that's wrong. Yeah. But still got the same car, still runs like a dream. And it was, that was a bit of shit that I didn't need to go through.
I can imagine that.
Oh God, yeah. You know when I don't know. Do you drive? Are you driving yet?
Oh, I just drive the old car of my dad. I mean, like, right at there's like
You've gone quiet.
Yeah, I've just sent it to you on Discord. I mean,
Ah, okay. That's interesting. In fact, fuck it.
that was pretty cool.
Oh my God. Oh my God, that is one of my favourite cars of all time.
Yeah, it was really great. I mean, like I even put it like the top, like the roof down for once. The weather was okay for the fact that it was in October in Germany.
Right.
But yeah, man, it
Is,
was crazy.
is it a turbo?
No, 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 no. We're
Right.
not authorized to drive it. Only like high level management can drive those
Right.
cars.
Right. Yeah. But when I was your age, they were known as death traps
Oh yeah.
because they were so fast, but at that speed they weren't very controllable. So people went, obviously in a car like that you can really do some speed, and people found out that at that speed they couldn't stop in time, or they thought they were better drivers than what they were.
Yeah.
Another car that reminded me of is the AC Cobra. There was a car called the AC Cobra, which was very, very fast, but dangerous at high speed. And that is the car which is responsible for speed limits in the United Kingdom. Because,
Really?
yeah, as the story goes, and I think it was in the 60s, the 1960s, there was a newspaper journalist, and he was getting a lift from London to somewhere in the north of England. And the time they did it in was unbelievable because of this AC Cobra car. And when everybody heard this journalist, you know what journalists are like, they'll publish anything. And when everybody heard how fast this car had travelled from London to where it was going, that's when they put fucking speed limits in place.
Oh, crazy.
Yeah. And rightly so. I mean, Germany has the Autobahn. How many accidents are there on the Autobahn? I mean, bad,
Too
serious.
many. Too many. Too many.
But
Like
go on.
yeah, but like the two major like car crash reasons, let's put it that way, are like either there's like a traffic jam, and especially like truck drivers who are like sleepy or whatever don't really realize they have to hit the brakes, or other people like speeding too fast and see it too late. That's like when it happens. Or usually like people who are like too slow and going to the leftist like how should I say, leftist road, like how should, if you have like free, how should I put it, that's like where my English sometimes
Yeah, lanes.
yeah, lanes, yeah, like
Lanes.
on the left lane. And like I'm like always driving back home with a friend, like I always take the train 2.5 hours to his place.
Yeah.
Then we drive for between 3.5 and 4 hours, depending. And I always drive his car then, because he's like in
Welcome
sales.
to the
He
ASOC
has to drive
vehicle
all the
retrieval
time. He
system.
doesn't have to pay for gas because the company pays for it.
Cool.
I always, he has like a big VW Tiguan, and but like the limits, like the speed limit for that car is like 220.
Wow.
It doesn't get faster except for if you're like downhill. So, but I always hit like 220 and I just drive. But sometimes there were like people who, you saw it in the front, you're coming closer and closer, and you have to hit the brakes. Those
Yeah.
people are on the left lane
The ASOC
and
vehicle
they are just driving
retrieval system.
150. I'm like, dude, go in the middle, go to the right, I don't care.
Yeah.
But if you're there with 150 and I'm like crashing into you,
Yeah.
I'm fucked, not you.
Has been
Yeah.
delivered to the following
because that's like how cars are designed. I don't know. That's like how it's designed, everything. And there, I'm fucked. You're not fucked. That's not cool.
Yeah.
But no, those accidents sometimes happen. Or like there was once, it was during nighttime. I was driving back, and I was also 220, and from behind I saw a light flashing up crazy, and I was like, "What the fuck is that?" Then I realized it's like a motorcycle, and he's doing a wheelie on like 220, 230
Jesus.
behind me, and then he like took over me, but from the left side. I was like, if I didn't see you or didn't know
Yeah.
you,
Yeah.
and just go a bit on the left, let's say 10 centimeters, you're dead.
Yeah.
You're literally dead.
Yeah.
And then he took over, and then he started to do wheelies in front of me as well. And we're like, what the fuck, man? And then he took off, and it was like 250, 260, and he was like getting smaller. And it was like, yeah, whatever. Not my issue if you die.
Yeah.
That's your fault. But yeah, man.
We do have quite a few accidents similar to that in the UK, usually involving trucks.
Yeah.
And because these trucks are so high up, sometimes they have like laptops or TVs or whatever on the dashboard, which further obstructs the view of the road. And while while they're watching the TV, they don't realise that there's a queue of traffic in front of them, and they pile into the back of the queue of traffic. There's been quite a few accidents like that over the past couple of years. I think the last one I heard of was a Polish driver. It was a driver from Poland. So I don't know if it's a thing in Europe, but British, or should I say United Kingdom truck drivers don't usually have all the clutter on the dashboard, but the European drivers seem to have that. So yeah, and it's unfortunate because people have been killed just because there's been a hold up on the motorway, and a truck's come along and smashed into the back of them. But I remember that one with the Polish wagon driver. I remember it distinctly because he went to court and he had no recollection of the accident. He wiped it from memory, and I mean, I think he ended up getting like 4 years jail time.
Yeah.
That doesn't help the family of the victims who died, because they're looking for closure. They want somebody to hold their hand up and say, I fucked up. And when people don't do that, it leaves it open to interpretation. Some people think if you don't admit to it, they can't prove anything. But yeah, Germany still has its autobahns, no speed limit, so
Yeah, unlimited
yeah.
speed. I mean, it's always up for discussion. There's like this Green Party. They right now in the government, they're the second strongest party. Like from an actual government, there are like 3 parties because there was no majority with only 2 parties, and they are like really hard arguing that there should be some speed limits, like 130 or something, just like everywhere else in Europe or the world. But I mean, like the industry is heavily against it. It makes no sense to buy a car that has like 600 horsepower if you can only like drive 130.
Well,
That's just like, I mean, like you can, but I would argue like the majority of people wouldn't really think about buying like a super motorized hyper car or whatever if they can't enjoy it on a daily basis, or like if they want to just take a quick drive, like on a highway, on the autobahn, saying like, yeah, unlimited here.
yeah.
It's like, yeah, but I mean, they are trying to argue about it, but it's still heavily like protested inside the government as well, especially like with like the Christian Democrats.
Oh God.
They are pretty conservative. I don't like them, but that's like one of the few things I like about them is they are hard against like a speed limit.
Right.
Or like in general, those people are against speed limits, and yeah, I mean, I'm against it as well. I think it makes sense to a certain way, but it doesn't necessarily reduce the amount of accidents, because like the majority aren't like some are related to that.
Yeah.
But I think the majority isn't related to it. I mean, like back then when I was still in high school, like on the radio, sometimes I heard like there was like a big construction site on like a crossway, like the biggest crossway like next to my city. on the autobahn. There were like on a daily basis at least 5 accidents where people were killed or something because
Oh
truck
man.
drivers got into them. There were
Yeah.
a lot. Every time like another accident, 3 people killed, family, one
Yeah.
survived, and something. And it was like heavily on the media. But I mean, those are the things. And if I'm being honest, technically, trucks are so modern because I'm like in the automotive industry, and I know from other people like these accidents. If you turn everything on, or like they are like the technology is there to
Right.
prevent those accidents,
Yeah.
but those truck drivers turn it all off because
Really?
there's like, yeah, it's not like mandatory to have like all the systems online like turned on, so they adjust like the
Thank you. And please visit again.
I'll say like the range in, or like the distance between trucks and other cars, and like the speed and other things, like because they want to be as quick as possible
Right. Right.
there, because like they are getting paid
Uh huh.
for that. So I mean, like their wages, everything is relies on them being on time and being as quick as possible, and so they turn everything off. And
Yeah.
so traffic jams happens, accidents happens.
Yeah.
I mean, like a good amount of them can be, let's say, prevented to a certain degree if
Well,
things are turned on.
it's all about money these days, isn't it? And time is money.
Yes.
And the quicker you can get something done, the faster you can move on to the next job. So there is a lot of that. I mean, in this country, the regulations are so strict about that kind of thing. If you turn off like the tachometer, the tachometer is a record of how far you've gone, what speed you've done, how many hours it's taken you to get there. If you turn that off, then that's a criminal offence
Yeah,
in this country.
that's actually still that's a law here as well in Europe. Like
Yeah.
you're not allowed, but those people usually ignore it. I saw like documentaries and reports. Like some people are driving like 18 hours straight because they can't make it with the mandatory breaks in between. So they just drive, hope nobody like controls them, and they just do these things.
Yeah.
Like those trackers and everything else have to be turned on. I mean, like, but like the safety systems in between, like for like the distance between trucks and
Yep.
like the speed and other things, they just turn everything off because then it's a lot more easier for them to like drive faster,
Yeah.
to even take over or something, and whatever, man.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember quite a few years ago now, must be 5, 6 years ago. It snowed really badly one winter. It snowed really badly. Now I grew up in an area in England, West Yorkshire they call it, and the area in which I live is very, very mountainous. Everywhere is up or down. So I'm going to work one day in the area. Oh shit! Hang on. In the area I live now, it's very flat, and there's not a lot of. I'm gonna have to get out of this. I'm talking to you, mate, and not looking at what I'm doing.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I see it.
Yeah, that's okay. And I'm driving to work one day, and the roads are really bad, covered in snow, ice, all kinds of shit. And I'm going down not a motorway, but what we call a dual carriageway. It's like 2 lanes for one road. Along comes 2 trucks, articulated trucks with trailers, big trucks. And they are speeding like I couldn't believe. And I thought, who are these fucking nutters driving at that speed in these conditions? Because the road was completely covered in snow and ice.
Yeah.
I was in the left lane. Don't forget, we drive on the opposite side of the road.
Yeah, I know. I was on actually I was on Bali earlier last year.
Yeah.
the end of last year.
Yeah.
I was driving there with a scooter, and
Right.
on the left lane and everything. Like, yeah, you had to get used to it.
Yeah. Yeah. So these trucks are approaching me at a really, really what I consider to be too fast for the conditions, and I thought, who are these nutters? And they overtook me in the right lane, and as they went past, I saw the badge on the back of the truck, and it was NO Norway with a Norwegian flag. And after I saw that, I thought, right, fucking let them do what they want. You know, them Scandinavian guys, they're just on another level. They're probably used to driving trucks like that in much, much worse weather conditions than what they were. It's funny. It was really, because it scared me. I thought they're going to crash into me. But no. It was it was just like the roads were clear. You know. So yeah. That was a long time ago. But yeah, they started introducing 20-mile-an-hour speed limits in certain areas in the UK, especially in towns or where there might be schools.
20 miles.
20 miles per hour. Yeah.
It's like 30 kilometers.
Yep.
Or something.
Yep. Now, I don't have a problem with this because I'm not one of these people that ever needs to get anywhere in a hurry. I'm never late. You know, I make sure I've got plenty of time to get wherever I'm going. And I don't have a problem, but the amount of people that are complaining about these 20-mile-an-hour speed limit zones, and I actually think to myself, you know, you've got to understand why they want these low-speed areas, because kids are unaware of the dangers. They run out of school, straight into the road. You know, mom and dad's car is at the other side of the road, and they're getting run over. So in order to cut down on the number of deaths, they've introduced these zones, and I think it's a great idea. On the other side of the coin of that argument, you've got heavy fines and repercussions for breaking the speed limit. So, say for example, you were in a 30-mile-an-hour zone and you were driving at 35 miles an hour, you would get points on your license and a fine for breaking the speed limit, only by 5 miles an hour. And that is a big, big thing in the UK. You know, points on your license means your insurance goes up. If you get 12 points on your license, you get banned from driving.
Yeah, but that's like in Germany as well. You have like in the north of Germany, there's like the headquarters for, I don't know, like the Ministry of like that, like traffic security safety, and you have also like if you get like they're everywhere like these. If there's speed limits, there are many, especially like in the city where I'm now.
Yeah.
Like it's like also it's governed by the Green Party here, the state and also the city.
Yeah.
So there are all these cameras which will take a picture of you if you drive too fast, and they raise the prices, and like yeah, I mean, I think I don't know how many points you need to lose it, but it's also pretty strict. I think 10 points or something.
Yeah.
There.
But yeah, it's big business, you know. The insurance companies benefit because you've got to pay more money.
Yeah.
The courts benefit because you've got to pay the fine. You've also got you get put on like a driver's awareness course. So you'll go on a course, and it's usually because you've broken some driving law and received punishment for it, and they put you on this course so that if you do it again, the penalties will be even more severe, because you should be aware of of what you've been sent on this course for. So if you get caught speeding again, then it's an even bigger fine. And it depends how much you're speeding. If you're speeding by a few miles an hour, I think it's 3 points. If you're speeding by a lot, if it's more than 30 miles an hour over the speed limit, I think in certain circumstances that's an instant ban. You get banned from driving for if you're doing, like if you're driving, if it's a 60 mile an hour speed limit and you're driving over 90 or 100, the motorways in England are 70 miles an hour. If you're driving at over 100 miles an hour, it's an instant ban in most cases, because you're then endangering other people on the road. And yeah,
that's fair.
I think that's you know what the repercussions are of breaking the speed limit. You just don't break the speed limit. I've been stopped for speeding. I've never been done for, the police pull you over and you always say, "Why have you stopped me?" And they say, "Speeding." And I say, "Show me the evidence." "Well, I have no evidence. I was just following you in my car, and I could see you were doing over the speed limit." I said, "But there's got to be more evidence than just your word, because people lie." And once you say that to them, if they've got no evidence other than what they're telling you, they can tell you anything. I just witnessed you murdering 15 prostitutes. They could say that, and where's the evidence?
Yeah.
If there's no evidence, they haven't got a leg to stand on. And some of them are okay about it, most of them aren't. But I don't have a problem with speeding. I've never been done for speeding.
Yeah, I was like, technically, I was once caught, but it was like, it's like 30 kilometers per hour on certain times, and then it goes up to 50. And I was driving there, didn't realize it was still like for 30.
Yeah.
And then I got like caught by the camera, but it was like a fine of 30 euros.
Right.
It's fine.
Yeah.
And I had worse occasion where I would have lost my license probably 100 times if anyone ever thought like, yeah, we just put like these mobile cameras there and we just control and do a checkup at 4 in the morning.
Huh.
That's when I would have lost.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean.
Yeah. They do that here. They do that here, but they'll park a van up at the side of the road, and then they'll just leave it all day. And they don't usually leave it through the night, because these vans get vandalized because people hate them so much. If you left a what we call a camera van, if somebody left a camera van unattended, it would get vandalized. Yeah, because they really do. If you are 2 or 3, a lad I used to work with, he got a ticket for being 1 mile an hour over the limit, and they sent him a ticket. It was a 30 zone, and he was driving at 31 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And he wrote to the ticket issuing office and said, 31 mile an hour, are you serious? And they were going to enforce it. He got himself a solicitor, and the ticket was dropped, because the police, they do give you some kind of leeway, and I think it's 3 or 4 miles an hour.
Yeah, but you actually have like that, I don't know by law, but it's like, there's like technical issues. They can't 100% say it's like that speed. So we'll reduce it down if you're like inside a city, or like, inside a city, or if you're outside, like on a highway, or like Autobahn, or like
Yeah.
Like other roads where you can drive up to 100 kilometers per hour, then it rises up. I think inside the city it's like 3 kilometers per hour will be
Right.
reduced automatically
Uh-huh.
because they can't guarantee it's like 100% correct. So reduce 3. And sometimes even if it's like an older model, they might adjust it internally again, and you will never receive a letter because it's like they can't say you drove faster than the actual speed limit due
Right.
to certain circumstances.
Yeah.
But I mean, like when I was like when they took the photo of me, it was like I was like at 40 kilometers or 40 something kilometers per hour. They dropped 3 down, and I saw like 38 or something. I
Yeah.
had to pay like my $30.
Yeah.
Or what is no, it was 30, or was it even higher? I don't remember anymore. Or it's like something like that. And I mean, it gets adjusted. That's why whenever I know they might catch me if I drive too fast, I just drive like 5 kilometers up to 10 kilometers faster when I'm inside the city, so it's still cheap, and you don't get any points. You don't get
Right.
any points. Like, and I read like if you have 8, you lose your license.
Oh man.
But and if I'm like on a highway or something on the autobahn, I don't want to pay that a much amount, but a friend of mine said like 20 kilometers. That's like basically the limit. If they catch you, you just pay the money,
Right.
nothing else.
Right.
And I always drive between 10 and 20 faster than the actual speed limit.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, but also I have like this app. There are like apps out there where they will tell you pay like $10 once, and then you have it for a lifetime. And they will tell you whenever there are like cameras here and there, especially the ones that are always there. And if you see one that that's like these vans or something, and someone reports in an app, it will be like adjusted and refreshed, and then you will see it as well.
Yeah. I once worked for a company. I did a job for a company, and excuse me. One of the bosses, he had nothing better to do all day. All the company vehicles had trackers, so at any one time they could see where the vehicle had been, how fast it was travelling, everything about the vehicle, because, and this you're gonna laugh, if anybody went at lunchtime to like McDonald's or a bar to get lunch, the bosses were pissed off that you didn't call them first and ask them if they wanted anything. So around kind of lunchtime, they would get this app up to see where all the vehicles were, to make sure that nobody was going anywhere that they wanted to buy food from. And I mean, one of the guys was out once doing a job, and he was heading towards a McDonald's. The boss actually phoned him up and said, "Where you going? McDonald's?" And he said, "No, Burger King." Right, well, I want a double cheeseburger, I want fries, I want this, I want that. And the guy literally came back with a bucket full of food for the directors of the company. So, yeah, after that, nobody dared go anywhere for lunch in the company vehicle, like McDonald's are anyway. And there was another time, one of the cable install guys, he had 2 jobs to do and not enough time to do it. So he drove like a bat out of hell from one place to another. And when he got back, he got a written warning. Because the app had said that he was driving at 78 miles an hour in a 40 zone. A 40 mile an hour speed limit zone. He was doing 78 miles an hour. He got a written warning for that, and that was I think that was his first written warning, and it was a final written warning. So, I mean, I was really cautious about the speed that I was doing in because people drive company vehicles like they don't matter because it's not their vehicle. So you know they grind the gears and they burn the clutch out and they hammer the brakes and
Yeah, but if like it's a company car, the company gets the letter, you're fucked pretty
yeah,
hard.
yeah,
You're representing the company, etc. I don't know. They can
yeah,
here they won't fire you, but they can even give you like a warning.
yeah, yeah. But that was it was a funny company to work for. You know, it was not run. It was more like a family business. If you've ever worked for a family business, although it wasn't owned by members of family, there was different directors, but it was more like a family business than anything because they'd all worked with each other for so many years. They were like family, if you know what I mean. Very strange company, but yeah, I remember watching a video. We have all kinds of things that the police use to check your car these days. They'll check it for like the amount of tread on your tyres. If your tread is down to a certain level, it's illegal. So they have these gauges to measure the tread in your tyres to make sure it's legal. They also have devices to measure the amount of light that passes through windows. Now, for the passenger side windows and the windscreen of a car or any vehicle, it has to allow a certain amount of light to pass through it.
Yeah.
So they have these gauges which detect that. And I watched a video on YouTube once where a guy got pulled over in his Rolls Royce. And the copper said to him, he said, your windows are too dark, because he had tinted windows on this Rolls Royce. So he got his measuring equipment out, measured the light passing through the window, and it was deemed that this car was illegal because it wasn't letting enough light through. You know, the vision is impaired if there's not enough light coming in. So the guy said, but these are the windows that Rolls-Royce supply, and you know, I haven't put tinted windows on them or anything. This is the windows that come with the car. So it's the manufacturers have done this, not me. And the cop said, well, they wouldn't sell these cars like this because it's illegal. And he said, okay, satisfy my curiosity and use that meter, use that same device on your police car windows. And the copper did, to prove a point, and found out that his windows were not tinted whatsoever, but the device said that there wasn't enough light coming through the cop car windows. So the cop had no choice but to let the guy go because his equipment was faulty. And I'm thinking to myself, is it really faulty, or is that something they use just to prosecute people? Because that's a big thing in court. When you get taken to court due to whatever, speeding or whatever, you always have to have a verified calibration of the device that was used. Because imagine if you're travelling at 28 miles an hour in a 30 zone and the camera says you're travelling at 35, that's not right. So it's been a big thing in court that people challenge the accuracy of the speed camera, and a lot have got away with it because the police haven't been able to come up with a verified calibration of the device that was being used. And I think these days they do that as a matter of course, you know, before they send any device, that speed camera device out, it's calibrated, because so many people have got away with well, how do you know that it's accurate then? How do I know that you didn't set it at a higher speed limit than what it actually was? You know. Excuse me. But yeah, they've got all kinds of ways now because it's easy money. It's an easy conviction. If you can convince somebody they were speeding and they can't prove that they weren't speeding, then the courts are more likely to believe the police than somebody who's trying to get away with something they're accused of, even though they're innocent. And it's gone from, innocent until proven guilty, until you've got to a point where you've got to prove your innocence. If somebody accuses you of something, like, I don't know, racism or sexism or genderism or whatever ism it is these days, people can just accuse you of it and you've got to prove that you're not guilty. And a lot of these things are opinions. You could say, you mentioned VW, and I could say I'm offended because you mentioned VW. You prove that I'm not offended. That's what it boils down to. You've got to prove that I am not offended. How can you do that? You can't. So it's impossible.
That's crazy.
So you haven't spoke to Zetion recently, then?
No, I've personally spoken through voice, not. I wrote with him, chatted with him a bit.
Yeah.
Like he sees, I don't know, what, but he's trying to hook up with a colleague from his work. He sent it to me on Monday. He's going to a shisha bar, like a hookah bar.
Oh man.
With some colleagues.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, he's somehow doing okay.
Yeah.
I'm still telling him he should change a job to earn some more money, but whatever. He likes to live at his parents' home with 20. He should be 27.
Mate, let's not go there. Let's not go there. All the conversations, all the arguments I've fucking listened to between you and him about that, and honestly, it makes me laugh.
Yeah, but it's his choice.
Yeah.
Whatever. He lives upstairs, has his own, I don't know, hobby room or whatever, a giant room where he has a huge collection of anime, manga, and God knows what kind of nerd shit.
Turbo.
Yeah.
Turbo. Do you remember this? I'm a unicorn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mate, I go around Star Citizen saying that to people.
God damn it.
No, mate, I do. I go around saying it all the time.
Why?
I'm a unicorn. No, because the reaction that you got from doing it, from me, and you do it so much better than me, it winds people up, and I thought to myself, that is so funny. So I started doing it, and I got more or less, in Grand Theft Auto, I got more or less the same reaction. It made so many people fucking angry and hostile. Right? And I thought to myself, this is brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. And I do it a lot in Star Citizen because you can talk to people in voice. Yeah. And while I'm streaming, I've got my microphone on. And, if I meet anybody, I'll go, hi, I'm a unicorn. What are you? Hello, I'm a unicorn. And sometimes you sometimes you get people reacting, and oh man, it's so funny. So funny. But Zetion didn't like that much, did he? Because isn't it from the manga side of things? Isn't that?
I'm not sure.
Oh.
I don't even know anything about it. Everything is deleted. I just know the phrase.
Yeah.
Everything is deleted inside my brain.
I think it's a cosplay thing or something like that.
I don't know if it's from the bronies. I don't know.
Yeah.
These people who dress up like My Little Pony.
Yep.
I'm not sure if it's like that, but yeah.
Now there is something in Germany, a TV show What's it called? Oh God. Um,
What is it about?
it's about horses on a farm. Um,
Oh, god damn it. I think I might still know something, but it's like, yeah, no,
yeah.
I can't tell you what's about it. I'm not, I never watched those
It,
kind of things, so.
it's a TV show, and I think it's made for like the younger generation, but a
Yeah,
lot of
young girls, probably.
say again
Young girls.
doesn't sound familiar. I
No,
once
no, 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 I'm not, it's not the title. I mean, like, it's made for young girls. I mean, in general.
maybe,
I
but
hope so.
I got told about it and it sounded so weird. And but this program is only broadcast in Germany, and nobody outside of Germany will have heard of it. And a friend of mine said, you know, if you really want to annoy Germans, talk about this and make out that you're really into it, and they'll think you're fucking weird.
Well,
Um,
I would definitely think you would be weird if you come up to me and talk about those kind of things. I'm like, what
yeah,
the fuck, grown
yeah,
ass man?
yeah, yeah, because it's supposed to be for kids, and you know, it'd be like Pippa and the Magic Fairy or whatever it was called, the kids program that I used to watch when I was younger. Yeah, it's funny as fuck. You know, different people react to different things, but yeah, I do that a lot. I do that a lot. Just random people. Hi,
Yeah.
I'm a unicorn. But the way you say it is so much funnier because you've got the accent. You know, you've got um, you can put on the voice of somebody who is strange. Whereas I just,
I don't have any like I don't remember much about it, to be
yeah,
honest.
yeah.
Like, did I really do it? But that's the question. I'm questioning right now.
What
It was really me.
in Grand Theft Auto?
It wasn't really me. That's the question. I talk a lot of shit. I know. I did a lot of shit talking. I
Um,
still do, but yeah, I don't know.
okay, I'll be honest. From my point of view, you had the greatest impact on people when you said that, and from when you first started saying it, I thought to myself, that is so strange. You know, what not you strange, but the way you're saying it
Yeah.
is so strange. It's provocative, and people can't make sense of it because they don't. You know, they think, "Who is this fucking weirdo?" So it had such an impact on me. I thought this is going to be fun to use, and I must admit, in Star Citizen, I've had several people react to that. The last guy went off the scale. What the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean you're a unicorn? What the fuck? And I laughed my fucking ass off. It was funny as fuck. Yeah. And that's the kind of reaction you know. That's what you want people to say. It's just a laugh. It's just a laugh. But yeah. What else? Days Gone. I got into Days Gone. Have you ever heard of that game?
Nope.
It's
I'm really not that much into new games and other like. I mean, like I only know like those triple A titles.
right.
And what I'm playing like for the past few years was like the majority either Elder Scrolls Online, but my specs are so bad right now that I can't play it properly anymore, or like League of Legends.
League of Legends. I don't like League of Legends.
That's fair. I mean, like I think you played Dota, right?
Dota is.
Or wasn't you? Okay.
What's Dota?
Oh, Dota is like Novi's MOBA, where you have like those or like bird's eye, or like the point of view is from the top.
Bird's
Where
eye
you
view.
like
Yeah.
Yeah, bird's eye view, and it's like the same like League of Legends, but like or like it functions pretty similar. It's just like the champions are differently, the game style is a bit different,
Okay.
but overall it's like those are the two big games in that direction in the West, or like in general, like League of Legends, Dota. Dota is by like Valve, or however you pronounce it, like the head company of Steam. It's like their own game.
Right.
And it's also very famous, like Dota 2, Dota 2, and like League of Legends. Those are the two
Yeah.
big titles from mobile games. And I'm just playing League of Legends because I played it so much with friends. That's like the only sole reason. And now I'm good enough and still have quite a few friends who are playing it.
Yeah.
Because like Elder Scrolls Online, I have nobody, or like I know personally who plays it.
Right. Right.
I had a few online friends I used to play with, but like I said, my specs were too bad, and that's like a game where I need to grind endlessly. And I don't mind grinding endlessly, but sometimes you can use the time better,
Yeah.
like in different ways. And like League of Legends, I mean, like I'm spending quite a huge amount of time after work still on that game,
Uh huh.
like playing with friends, chatting, and tryharding, getting mad.
Are you kidding me? How many
Yeah, but I mean, it's just I'm planning on maybe buying myself a new like laptop, or more like on a gaming side, but I don't have like the money to spend huge.
Right.
I was planning, but now I'm in Prague for New Year's Eve, and like having some trips here and there and other stuff, and cost me quite the money. I was like I mentioned before, I was in Bali in Indonesia.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the end of last year, I was for 2 months in Asia, like
Uh-huh.
3 weeks in Bali, a few days in Singapore, 1.5 week in Hong Kong, and a few weeks in Japan for January, and
Uh-huh.
spent I think almost 5,000 euros
Really?
total for everything for the 2 months.
Wow.
Find them now.
Like I worked 6 months as a working student, had saved up all the money, spent it all out, and have nothing left for the year. But I still did some stuff during this year as well, so I'm still like recovering from all the spending.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, like for that money, I could have gotten like the best gaming setup I would have ever wanted.
Yep. Yep.
But yeah, it's okay. I mean, like I enjoyed it. I had my fun. Like getting the real life experience is always great, and like I'm now thinking, maybe I really hate those like anything under 4070 I wouldn't really want to buy, but now I'm considering if there's like a good deal during like Black Friday, I might get myself like a gaming laptop for like 700-800 euros
Yeah.
with like a 4060, I don't know, 1 terabyte SSD. Should be fine. I mean, like I still need to see. I don't really want like only 8 GB of RAM, like 16. Like just need to search and sort it out, and maybe I might even like I don't know how you say like monthly payment or like down payment or whatever for like 6 months or 8 months, where I pay like $200, 100 something bucks a
Yeah.
month, and it would. I really hate those things because I really like just pay it once and you're done. You don't
Yeah.
have to worry about it. But I might even consider it because I still have to get like some tax money from last year back. I will get like 400 something at least, so that would be half the thing. I don't know. I need
Yeah.
to sort it out, but maybe I will make it that way and just put like the money saved up somewhere else and just wire it to my bank account every month, so
Yeah.
I don't feel like the loss of the money
Yeah.
each month. So I will think about it. There are like some okay deals, like depending like between 800 and 900 euros, and I still have like a week till Black Friday. And in between there are like some deals already out there. Just need to see if I can find one that satisfied me,
Right.
just so I can play like some basic games. I mean, like if games that are a few years old should playable, like on a very smooth level still.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what system you've got. I mean, the games these days, you can play some pretty modern games on old hardware, but the very, very modern games, you know, you need decent hardware because the specs are so much higher and the requirements demand that. But and like I say, I didn't need to upgrade my computer, but I did just for future proofing.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to get to a point where sometime in the future where I had no money to upgrade. So I thought, while I've got the money now, I might as well make it happen. But
Makes sense.
yeah. Plus, like I say, my mate had asked me my advice on what he should upgrade to, and he was raving about it so much. I thought, well, that's obviously one that I should get. You know, I should get a similar setup to what he's got. And it's worked out really, really well. I mean, I'm using less power than I used to do now.
Yeah.
A lot less power. And I've got a higher spec system. So, yeah.
That's great.
But yeah, I mean, it's your money. You know, you spend it on what you want. Nobody tells you how to spend your money. And as long as you're enjoying life, that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Don't let the bastard escape.
It's like the important things.
Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly it.
No. But how long have you been like streaming already? I don't know.
Oh God, just give me a minute, mate, and I'll let you know. Because I'm just about to run out of here. There's shitloads of stuff down here. In this is a bunker, and
Yeah.
what I've got, all these packages over the floor, the drugs that I've got to destroy. However, enemies appear, and I don't want to get killed by them. So
Makes sense.
I'm just testing this because the game has that many. I've been streaming now for 4 hours 45 minutes.
Yeah. But I mean, like in general, when did you start like streaming?
Oh, when did I start streaming? God, I'd have to go back and have a look. I think it was about back end of 2021.
Oh.
Maybe 2022, something like that. What got me into it? A friend of mine from Texas in America.
Yeah.
He was streaming a lot and having a great time doing it, and you know, we played the same games, we liked the same stuff, and I just basically did it. I got this NVIDIA software called, was it Shadow Play or something like that?
Yeah, Shadow Play.
And I was trying to use that, and a friend of mine says, "Nah, that stuff's shit. You need OBS." The problem with NVIDIA was I couldn't use a microphone while I could use a microphone and record after I'd recorded it, but not at the same time, for whatever reason. So I couldn't do any kind of commentary on the stuff I was streaming. And then a friend of mine said, look at OBS. OBS is what everybody uses. So I had to look at OBS, never look back. I don't know how long I've been doing that for, but it's not always reliable or guaranteed. The updates from version to version. Like the other day, I could only stream for 10-15 minutes and then it would just cut out. For no reason, it would just stop. And that was the latest version of the software. So I went back to a previous version and it worked perfectly. And then I installed there's been an update since then. That was last month. This month there's been another update and it updated to that and it's working great. It's working absolutely perfectly. So I've got no complaints. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and if it does, it does. But yeah, it's great that you messaged me today when we both had time to waste and chat. It's been great to hear from you.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is what I pretty much do in the mornings. If I've got nothing else on, I crawl out of bed, make some breakfast, grab a coffee, and just play some Star Citizen, do some testing, see what's good, see what's bad. And then later on in the day, I might do that again in the afternoon. Catch a movie in the evenings or watch the news or something. I mean, Jesus, you're having a lot of problems with the protests in Germany right now.
I mean, the protests regarding Israel.
Yeah.
Well, there are quite some huge protests, obviously.
We're having somewhat of a problem in the United Kingdom. I don't know how much news you've heard of what's going on in this country, but we're not getting a lot of news from like places like Germany and France and everywhere else. The mainstream media is just not giving out the news. So I think one news channel, I heard about a massive protest in hang on, was it Hamburg? I think it might have been, or Munich. Might have been Munich. Massive protest where people just filled the streets. The streets were completely full of people protesting. And I thought, why isn't anybody else broadcasting this news? Because we seem to have a biased media. They're reporting on everything about the pro-Palestinians, but nothing about the Israelis. Only when the Israelis do something bad. And if something happens, and it doesn't matter who's responsible, they blame the Israelis for it.
Yeah.
Like the BBC, you will have heard of the BBC.
Yes.
Yesterday, the BBC put out an apology because they broadcast some news and it basically said that the Israeli Defense Force went to Gaza and murdered hospital staff and Arabic speakers. And this is the BBC, right? They said that. Yesterday they put out an apology because what really happened was Israel went into Gaza and took medical staff and Arabic speakers with them. And that was the truth. And the BBC said that Israel were murdering medical staff and Arabic speakers. And this is the BBC, and that is, that's what they've been broadcasting for so long. Now, I think it's a bad situation. It's been going on for thousands of years. And it's not good when people kill each other for whatever reason. Yeah. War or otherwise. But, you do want the truth. You do want the facts. You don't want to be told one side of the story to give you an impression that you should support this or that or the other. And it's a really funny situation in this country at the minute. I don't know if it's the same in Germany, where we've got all these pro-Palestinians screaming at the police and fighting with the police, and the police aren't doing much about it. But if you're a white Caucasian European person, all you've got to do is look at the police the wrong way and they will arrest you for it. So on one hand, the pro-Palestinians, they're okay, they can do what they want without much trouble. And everybody else, you've got to watch what you say and watch what you do, or else you'll get arrested. It seems very two-sided.
Yeah.
Two-sided in a bad way. Or two-tiered would be more an accurate description. But yeah, I did hear of protests in Germany. I just wondered how bad it was, because obviously we don't get the news in this country about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Wait, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. It's just I think the connection or something. No. I mean, like in general, I'm not that much into German news nowadays. Like for the past few weeks, I saw like all the media coverage regarding what's going on in the Middle East, but like inside Germany, I haven't looked much into it, except for like maybe like the legalization of weed.
Ah, right, okay. And how's that going in Germany?
Yeah, it's planned for next year.
Really?
Yeah. I mean they are trying to legalize it, not like through selling them through like pharmacies or other places.
Yeah.
But more like you have like all these clubs, so they are like non-profit.
Recreational. Right.
Yeah,
right. Okay.
So and everyone can also own up to 2 plants and etc. And that's like what they are planning.
Oh, right. So they're trying to do it like Holland, like the Netherlands used to have it, where you could own up to so many plants and use it for your own purposes, and that was fine. But then they knocked all that on the head, and for tax reasons, I think, because there were too many people growing their own. So they made that illegal, and now you can only. So a Dutch friend was telling me, you can only get it from the coffee shops now, which of course is quite expensive compared to growing your own. And I think must have been 10 years ago or so now that he was bitching about it, because he had a shitload of plants in his cellar. But each to their own. Some people go out and get blind drunk. Some people go out and buy a stash of weed, whatever. As long as they're not harming anybody else, what does it matter?
Yeah, I mean, here I know like it's definitely going to get done next year. They wanted to do it like even at the end of this year maybe, or like even earlier next year, but probably like in April or May
right.
should be done.
Yeah,
because they still have to put like the law in power like
right.
at the end of this year.
Yeah.
But there were like complications, but in general it was like one of the huge topics. They said before the election 2 years ago they want to legalize weed,
Right.
because many young people like it, let's put it that way, and want it.
Well,
And it also makes no sense to like getting a criminal record for smoking weed. I mean, like, yeah, it's far more worse if you have like your 10 plus beer and start to do like all this shit.
Yeah.
Instead of like smoking a joint and just chilling.
Well, it's a case of all the people that do that when they're young.
Yeah.
When they get older and they become councillors and politicians and leaders of the country, and they still want to do that, then they'll look towards legalising it. But I don't know. It seems weird. I mean, England is very hypocritical about that. Or should I say the UK? Excuse me. The UK is one of the biggest exporters of medical marijuana in the world. I think
Really?
that, yeah, they're like fourth or fifth on the list of countries that export marijuana, but it's illegal here. I mean, really illegal. Where's my ship? There it is. If you get caught with any of it, you get arrested, and it makes no sense. I mean, why is the UK such a great exporter of medical marijuana, and they call it medical marijuana because they like to think it's used for medical purposes, and they'll export it to places like I don't know, California, for example, where you can just you can get a note from your doctor to say that you're able to buy weed and you can go buy it. And when the country's doing that and not legalizing it itself, you think to yourself, what's the point? If you support other people in other countries doing it, why don't you support it in your own country?
That's fair.
Well, not that it's gonna impact on my lifestyle or what I do in life, but I just think that's how I would think. People asking me why I'm selling chocolate when I won't allow my own kids to eat chocolate. It would be a valid question.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't know. Isn't it like the party in power right now pretty conservative in the UK?
That's oh, hang on a minute. I nearly had it. Then there, I've got it. The party in power right now couldn't tell the arse from the elbow. They're in complete disarray. I don't expect this government to do anything sensible. I don't know if you've heard recently, but the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak,
Yes.
he's just fired his Home Secretary. That is the Minister of State that's.
But I thought she resigned or something. That's what I've read a bit
Yeah,
about.
resign. Some say she resigned, some say she got fired.
Okay.
It's not clear, although the letter that she wrote to the Prime Minister doesn't help towards understanding that, because it doesn't actually say, thanks for firing me or whatever. And along with that, several other ministers of state were gone as well. And, I'm putting it in those terms because I don't know whether they resigned or fired. Depends which news channel you listen to as to which information you get.
Okay.
Excuse me. But yeah, there's a lot. The last time I watched the news was yesterday, and there's a lot of trouble going on right now because of this.
I can imagine that.
The main thing, though, that's pissed a lot of people off is that the guy that was responsible for holding the Brexit referendum in the UK is a guy. He used to be Prime Minister. He's called David Cameron.
Oh yeah, I know him.
Yeah. Now, 7 years ago, when people voted to leave the EU, he resigned the day after or 2 days after the referendum result. And he basically said, I am not the captain to sail this ship. And he walked away, resigned from his job. Rishi Sunak has now brought David Cameron back and give him a job. Well, no, I'll start from the beginning. David Cameron was no longer a politician. He didn't have a a seat in Parliament. So they give him a lordship, which now he's in the House of Lords. And
Oh,
a member of the House of Lords can serve as a Minister of State, Secretary of
yeah.
State. So they give him what it's called a peerage. So they give him a peerage, which now he's known as Lord Cameron. And then Rishi Sunak makes him the Foreign Secretary. So the guy that caused all that shit with leaving Europe, which is a good thing. I mean, I personally didn't like being part of the European Union, but at the
But
time,
didn't it fuck it like the whole economy a bit
no,
hard?
no, didn't fuck it. It made it a little bit harder. I mean, the German and French government tried to fuck us over many, 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 many times through certain shit. They tried to fuck us over, but in general, it's been a bit better, to be honest. You know, life outside of the EU is not as bad as what it could have been. So, but yeah, the guy that was responsible for holding the Brexit referendum was despised, and he's apologised for it. You know, he said sorry, made a mistake, and now he's back in government, and it has angered a lot of people. In fact, there was one journalist, what's she called, Isabel Oakeshott. She actually said when she was told David Cameron was coming back as the foreign secretary, she thought it was a joke.
Yeah.
She thought somebody was joking with her.
But that in case wasn't a joke.
It's no. He's back as he's back in government.
Yeah.
So you know, ex prime minister is now the foreign secretary. I can't ever remember that happening before, ever. And our prime minister Rishi Sunak stood up in Parliament yesterday and said, you know, David Cameron brings a lot of knowledge and experience and contacts and connections the world over, which may be true to an extent, but that's not why he gave him the job. They offered it somebody else who turned it down
Yeah.
first. So he's losing a lot of supporters. He's our prime minister, and I don't know. There's less than a year to go to the next general election. I don't think the Conservative Party are gonna get in. But what's worse, if the Labour Party gets in, then it's gonna pretty much wreck the country. So I don't know what the alternatives are. It doesn't look good for the future.
It's always a huge issue. I mean, like in Germany right now, the biggest issue is like the far right parties, like which are basically all almost like on a. They're not like on a national socialist level, but they're extremely racist and all. They are getting a lot more and more votes. Like
Yeah.
they sometimes have even the majority, like or like the most voters in certain states. They are not in power because everyone else still tries to fight it off. But it's looking pretty dark for the future in that regard.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. I mean, you know, I don't know how you feel about why you vote, but it's not for what they're saying. You know, they'll come up and they'll say,
No,
if you vote for me, I will give you the moon on a stick. I don't believe that. A good example is our current Prime Minister. He came in and he basically said he would. One of his selling points was that he was going to stop the boats coming in from over the channel. The illegal migration.
Yeah.
And we get hundreds of people a day arriving in boats from France. And he said this is one of the things he was going to stop. He hasn't done a damn thing about that. And the last figures that I got was from the weekend, Sunday. 615 people turned up in boats from across the channel. In these conditions, it's not warm here anymore. I don't know what it's like in Germany, but it's quite cold here. And
Yeah,
people
okay, but not warm. It's already cold. Yeah.
Yeah. People are still braving the journey over the channel. And he hasn't done a damn thing about it, but this is one of the main points that he said he would address if he became Prime Minister. And it's one of the reasons that Suella Braverman gave in her letter to him, saying, you promised this and you haven't done a damn thing. With several other things that he promised. So it's not what people say that makes me vote for them. It's the potential for what they can do for the country. And I mean,
the values of a party and what they represent in general.
Well, yeah. That's something towards it as well. I mean, I was just going to mention, Labour have been so strange with their views, very woke, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not against having empathy and consideration for all human beings. I'm totally not against that. It doesn't matter where they are, what the colour of the skin is, what the religion is, or anything. But it seems that a lot of these people of that mind, of that mentality, they're the ones to be wary of, because they're the ones that are doing the most damage. And, I picked that up when Lewis Hamilton started his campaign of, Black Lives Matter, and there ain't enough black people in Formula One. I'm an absolute avid supporter of Formula One. I love that sport.
Yeah, I know that.
And I used to go online and have discussions with people on Facebook and Twitter. And we'd have really great discussions. And of course, we don't agree, because everybody's got their favourite driver or team or whatever, people or whatever. And we're not always going to agree, but they were really good discussions because people were open and honest. And since Lewis Hamilton started that, there's been a lot of people of colour. All you had to do was tell them you weren't a person of colour yourself, and you were automatically branded a racist. And they would call me racist, accuse me of being complicit in slavery and all this kind of crap. And, I've got a really great education, and I know slavery has been a thing for humans since humans were a thing.
Yeah.
And, there was the Saharan slave trade. There was the African Indian slave trade, long, long, long before the American slave trade. But all they want to talk about is the slavers that took African people and took them to the Caribbean and America. That's all before that time, slavery didn't exist.
I mean, you had slavery in ancient Rome and Greece, and I mean, it was pretty. You see it even in not the media, but I mean, in movies, etc.
Oh God, yeah. There's I forget. Excuse me. There's a place in India, and I can't remember what it's called, but these people their ancestors were from Africa and they were brought over to India as slaves. And slavery went on within Africa itself long before the Roman Empire. You know, they would raid each other's villages and towns and areas, and they would take slaves back with them. And that was their way of life, you know, and a great many leaders, African tribe leaders, were slave traders. And they're the ones that would sell the slaves to the white slavers, you know, the ships that took them to America. It wasn't white people jumping off ships with guns and taking black people as slaves.
Yeah.
And a lot of people think it was, but you know, the story they want you to believe is that's how it happened, but it didn't. It wasn't like that. You know, if there's money to be made in trading in people, other people would make it, no matter what the color of skin was.
Yeah, I mean, like back then you didn't have like the morals in that regard.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like, our people are our people, but everyone else is like, yeah, whatever.
oh yeah.
I was looked up on. I mean, like to a certain degree, from their perspective, it makes sense. Nowadays, it's like a global community. Like it's like, yeah, how should I put it? Back in the day, everyone was like that.
Yeah.
Like nobody cared.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying they haven't got a point, because they have. There's been a lot of people have looked down on people of colour just because of the colour of the skin.
Yeah.
You know, but I've worked with some really, really fantastic people who aren't white. And, you know, some of them are still friends to this day. And I don't treat them any differently for any reason. You know, yourself, for example.
Yeah, I'm not white.
You're not? Oh God, I'm taking you off my friends list then. You know, I've often said that you're a cool guy and you're one of the coolest guys I've ever met, and it's just because you're so laid back and intelligent, and you know,
Thanks,
I'll tell you half a story. You already know the other half because you know you've got life experience and the intelligence to work it out, and you know you don't have to be a white person to be that way. And I just love dealing with people who aren't stupid. Stupid people, you know. Sorry to say this to people who are stupid, but they're a bit of a waste of time.
That's
you
true.
know,
That's true.
you know. But yeah, ever since Lewis Hamilton went on about all this BLM stuff, I've found that the world's just become so unfair, and to the point where, you know, you give me what you've got because what you've got is better than what I've got, and if you don't give me what I want, I'm going to call you a racist in order to get what I want out of you. And there's been a lot of that going on, and you know, I don't know if you heard about the Queen. She held a international function at Buckingham Palace, and there were people from the Bahamas, from Africa, from India, from all over the world representing different charities. And this was like the protection of women charities. You know, you get all these charities that just support women, and this was what this function was for. But she went along to this woman. She's a British woman. She's got an African name, but that's not a real name. A real name is very British, to be honest. But she gave herself an African name, went dressed like an African tribal queen from a Black Panther movie, And the moment she got to speak to the Queen, she became offended. Sorry, not the Queen, a lady in waiting. Now,
Yeah.
the lady in waiting, it's her job to go out into the crowd, to talk to people, to find out who is interesting, who's got a story to tell that the Queen might be interested in hearing. You know, speak to this. This is such and such a person from such and such a place, and she represents whatever, and the Queen might be interested in that. So she goes, the lady in waiting, Queen's lady in waiting, goes up to this woman and says, "Where are you from?" And she says, "London." "Yeah, but whereabouts?" And she said, "Well, London, I've already told you." And because she's dressed like she is, looking somewhat African, the lady in waiting must have mistook her for somebody from overseas. So there's a bit of confusion here, but the woman in question wasn't explaining herself properly. She was giving one-word answers to make it difficult.
Oh.
So, of course, there was a bit of confusion. So when the lady in waiting says, okay, so you're from London, but where are your people from? And then she's like, whoa, what is this? She couldn't wait to get out of there and report it to the media. And this lady in waiting ended up having to stand down. I don't know how long she's worked for the royal family, but it's decades, like 60 years or something. Or 50 years she's worked for the royal family. And because of this woman crying racist, she had to give up a job, basically. Which is a crying shame.
Yeah.
You know, and it doesn't help the cause. It does not help the cause. I mean, things like apartheid in South Africa.
Yeah.
That is pretty much when I was growing up, that was very much in the news, and everybody was crying for the end of apartheid, and fucking rightly so. You know, it's so unfair. Segregation in America was going on right up until, the 50s, 60s, where, people of colour couldn't use certain public facilities. They had one for white people, one for black people. What the fuck is that all about?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So there's a lot of unfairness going on in the world, and yes, wrongs have been put right, but now it's swung to the other end of the spectrum where, who was it? Mercedes, or was it Mercedes that? It wasn't Mercedes. Was it VW? They've paid out something like 200 million euros in reparations for slavery. Did you hear about any German?
I think maybe, but I'm not that much
Yeah.
into like the whole topic in that regard.
And I thought to myself, why are they responsible, and why are they paying this money? You know, if it was a charitable donation, and they said like, okay, Kenya is in desperate need of 200 million euros, give them 200 million euros if you can afford it. But don't do it because of slavery that happened hundreds of years ago. And these days, look what we're doing these days. We're inviting every man and his dog to come into the country if they're from a country that's at war, or, they're under political oppression or anything like that. Just come to our country. You don't need a passport. You can just arrive. And look at all the trouble it's causing, because we're not only getting people coming in from those countries like Syria and other places in the world that are at war, but we're getting people from peaceful countries. There was a guy in the news the other day, 31-year-old from Egypt, got arrested for raping a girl. And I'm thinking, Egypt? He's a asylum seeker from Egypt. What the fuck's wrong with Egypt? Egypt isn't at war with anybody. And there's no political oppression in Egypt.
Yeah.
So why is he an asylum seeker? You know. And these people coming in from the boats over the channel, they come from like Belgium and France. Belgium and France aren't at war with anybody, and you know they've got their own governments and they run their own country. The fuck's wrong with them countries?
And those people from third countries who arrive there and then go to the UK?
Yeah.
I'm not that much into the topic, so that's why.
Yeah, they come over from. A lot of them come over from Morocco, and they get into France and Spain over the Mediterranean Sea, and then from there they make their way up through France. All they want to do is get to London. I heard a news report yesterday or the day before, and it was a report on Calais. If you know where Calais is, it's...
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. All around Calais, there are little groups of tents, like communes of people, all asylum seekers. And the nearer the tent is to a specific location, the more chance, you know, it's like a queuing system. If your tent's near a place where you get put on a boat and sent over to England, that camp then becomes vacant because all the people have left on a boat, and then the people from the camp behind move up into that camp.
Crazy.
Yeah, this is how it's working. And, you know, we I think it was last year or 2021, we paid the French, was it 120 million to help deal with the problem, and the French have done absolutely fuck all. They've done nothing. So what was all that money for? Another news report. The people in a boat coming to England got into difficulties, and the French Coast Guard had to go out and rescue them. And I'm thinking, if they can do that for people who get into difficulty, why can't they do that for people who aren't in difficulty? Why can't they just go out and say, you know, you're illegally leaving the country, even though you illegally entered it, and we can't allow you to continue? Because I think France, like every other country, would rather that they move on, and then it's out of their hands and not a problem. So the more people that they can get to leave France and enter the UK, the better.
Yeah.
But it's an endless stream of people, and I don't know why the government has put up with it for so long. It's just strange. There are legal means and ways of entering the UK, but it's not followed, and it just seems strange. And then you've got like the Labour Party are supporting this, so we're gonna have a country of millions and millions and millions of people, and how many of them came here illegally? That's the question. And you get to, you lose, once you lose control of your borders, you lose control. That's basically it. And I'm just wondering when somebody's going to wake up and say enough is enough.
That's a fair assumption. I mean, like, it's hard. It's always difficult because at the end they are illegal here, but are they getting like money from the government or something?
Mm-hmm.
Or how does that work?
Yeah, they're getting housed and fed and clothed and everything that you would expect if you didn't have anything. They're getting from the government, but at what cost? You know, it's gonna long term. It's gonna do a lot of damage, and I don't think people are looking to the long term. I don't think people are looking at 20, 30 years ahead and thinking this is going to completely fuck the country up. And that's where I'm looking. I'm looking at future generations where you know you because you're a and the way it's going, I hate to say this, but if you're a white person born in Britain, it's going to get to a point where you don't have the same rights or opportunities as everybody else. I mean, you've heard of heard of MI5, right?
MI5, yes.
MI5. MI5 were advertising for jobs recently, and recently as in the past few months, and they basically said anyone from a BAME background, so that's you know Asian, black, ethnic groups or mixed ethnic groups,
Yeah.
and they were only wanting to employ people from those groups of people. Anybody who's white need not apply. And it's like, what is that equal opportunities?
I mean, like, at the end of the day, it's like difficult to look at it only at this point. I mean, like, sometimes yes.
Yeah,
But on the other hand, it's the same with like women and men. We have like the gender wage gap and other stuff like opportunities in general, and how like the democratic structure, like if you look at it now, demographics, so demographic structure. If you
yeah,
look at it, you see like, I don't know how it's in the UK, but the majority of people here in Germany are still white.
right,
They're still white. I mean, it doesn't feel like that. Some people say, and that's why the right wing parties get a lot more votes.
uh-huh,
Also because of like immigrants, and also like in general, I have a few friends who just vote for them because they are not satisfied with the political like situation right now with the other parties, but that doesn't bring us anything at the end. But what they represent is like also like all these jobs, like all these immigrants, all these people with no German background and other stuff. They take all the jobs, and it's like I can see it to a certain degree, but no, at the end it's not like that, because if you go to like the high paid jobs or like the better jobs, you still need like the qualifications.
yeah, yeah,
Still need to go through everything, like visit the school, have like a university degree, speak like the language fluent, everything has to work out so
yeah,
you still get the job at the end.
yeah,
So it's like you just try to manipulate the minds of the people. And I don't know how like it is in the UK. Like I see like the discrimination is still like to a certain level happening everywhere else. I mean, like regarding if you're not white, it doesn't have to be said out loud, but like the, let's say, the assumption that like, yeah, we see like a man and a woman, or also like people of color and people who are white, and they give like inside their mind, they give them certain qualities already. It doesn't have to be speak out loud, but there are like all these studies
yeah,
where they report like, and it's like true. They see like in America, uh, I mean like Indian people usually are now like the big tech companies, all the people like the CEO are like Indian or something. But
right,
in general, like regarding Asian people, they think they are really good workers. Like they would like to hire Asian people, but they don't want them on like a management level or like as higher ups, because they don't think they are good at leading people. They're not good leaders. That's like
okay,
one of the things like those studies say, for example.
right,
And my point is like, I don't know how the situation in the UK is. I can imagine in a certain level they have to do it because the pressure is there. Like you have to fill in the certain level or numbers of people with like non-white background,
right,
or like there's like also in Germany there's this rule, like I think 20% of like top level executives have to be female or something like that.
uh-huh,
There are like like by law, because it would be, yeah, it's like you are like like just trying to not have only white old men doing everything like
Right.
important or else thing, and you just want to like give everyone else the same chance,
Yeah.
like the equal chances
Yeah. Well, that's it.
important on people, and that's like, and like I said with the MI5, I don't know how like the structure. That's like what I wanted to say at the point. I don't know how the structure inside the MI5 is. Like how many people who already work there are white, how many people are men, how many are female, and how it is. And maybe right now there are like lacking people with like a non-white background. So they said like we are doing this special program. We hire only people with that kind of background to fill up like their ranks or like the whole organization with a certain level, because that's like how some companies even operate. A friend of mine was offered a job in HR, internship in a company, just because everyone there was female. They needed someone who was male, so
Right.
they said like, yeah, we offer this to you.
Right.
He at the end declined because he had a better opportunity somewhere else where he actually wanted to work.
Yeah.
But he was offered that because he was a man, and the whole HR department was full of women, and
Women.
they needed someone who
Right.
was like, and also he has a Turkish background, so it also filled like the other need of like non-white, yeah,
Right.
another
Right.
thing, yeah.
See, I don't work like that. Um, I completely understand and agree with what you're saying because a lot of companies are pressured now into just not only preaching and practicing diversity but displaying it in real terms. So if half the workforce is women and half the workforce is men, and those men and women are of mixed ethnic backgrounds, that's fine. But if they've got too many white people, they want to employ people from other ethnic backgrounds to show that they're embracing diversity. In my mind, it really doesn't matter because if you've got the best people doing the best job, it doesn't matter who they are, it doesn't matter about the colour of the skin or the sex or anything. I mean, I'm watching there's a COVID inquiry going on at the moment in the UK. It's been going on for months, and I watched it the other day, and this guy stood up, and he was a black guy. He had dreadlocks. He was King's Counsel, right? And he
Yeah.
stood up and he spoke in a voice. Usually, King's Counsel have a very posh accent. They'll speak with what we used to call Queen's English, but it's now King's English. A very posh accent, and this guy didn't. He stood up and he's like, right, I'm going to ask this question, blah blah blah. Not what he said, because what he said was fantastic, but his appearance isn't what you would expect as somebody in King's Counsel. I was smiling at this guy because he broke every conception and opinionated idealism in the book. He was black. He had dreadlocks. He was wearing a suit and a tie, but he didn't speak the way that other King's counsellors speak. And these are lawyers. And I thought, yeah, good on this guy. He's fucking brilliant. And he asked the questions, and they were very good questions. Didn't get the answer that he should have got, so he was intelligent enough to ask them again. I mean, obviously, he's King's Counsel. He's not fucking stupid. So he asked the question again until the chair of the inquiry actually said, that's enough. You've asked enough questions now. We should move on. But he wasn't getting the answer that he was asking. And I could have listened to him all day, you know. And it just, when he stood up and started talking and his name came up, King's Counsel, I thought, this is going to be good, you know,
Yeah.
because people aren't expecting that. And all the other councillors, the ones that that are mainly questioning the witnesses. They're white guys, and they've all got very kind of elite names, and speak with a very posh accent. And this guy just nailed it. He was fantastic. So it's good to see that there are people like that doing that job, because you don't get to be King's Counsel by being a fucking idiot, and you don't get to be King's Counsel by telling everybody else that they're racist. You know, this chap has obviously put in the work, got the qualifications, proved that he's capable of being in that position, and yeah, great for him. I hope it spurs a lot more people on to do what he did. You know, much like Lewis Hamilton, who came from a working class background and got to be the king of the world. He's the greatest of all time. Statistically, statistically, he is the greatest of all time. I never actually thought about him. I remember seeing his dad and him stood next to each other the first time, and I thought his dad's a lot darker than he is.
Yeah.
And then I found out that his mom was a white woman, and I thought, right, now I understand why. You know, Lewis Hamilton's mixed ethnicity doesn't take away anything. It doesn't detract anything from the fact that he is a fucking awesome racing driver. He's a little whinging bastard, but you know, when he's in a racing car, he's the best. He really is.
Yeah.
And I don't give a fuck what the colour of his skin is. It does, you know. I didn't think of it in terms of like that. But I do remember though when I first saw him. I think it was 2007. Yeah, 2007, and there was a picture of him and his dad, Anthony, and I thought his dad's a lot darker than he is. You know, darker skin, and that's the only observation I made. I mean, on a personal level, I think his dad's an asshole, or used to be. He's not as much in the spotlight as it used to be, but yeah, he was a real asshole. Was his dad as his manager, and once Lewis got rid of his dad as his manager, his dad was okay. You know, he stopped being a dick. I don't know where a lot of these people get this idea that they're owed something because of the colour of the skin, or any claims of slavery or anything like that, or you know, telling white people they're racist. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
I mean, it's always up with the history. I think it depends on if like one country enslaved the whole country, took all their like I mean like the biggest meme in that regard is, for example, all the things in British museums are not from Great Britain. There I have no history with them technically, like all related to the stuff they took from the other countries and displayed there, and they never returned them. Like those things should be returned in that regard. I think that's like fair on that level. I think.
No, I can't fully agree with that. I mean, if the place where they came, if the country where they came from, if the government said to those museums, we want that stuff back because it's from our nation, yes. But there's certain agreements in place, you know, like, I can't remember where it is in America, but there's a huge dinosaur museum. And they have a lot of T-Rex skeletons on display.
Yeah.
You know, and you don't find T-Rex on the continent of America. They come from elsewhere in the world, and Yet, if you buy them, which I think this museum did, then they've got the right to keep them forever. But if you're stealing stuff, like, there was a huge argument in the 80s with Egypt, and the British took a lot of Egyptian artifacts and all kinds of stuff. They took it out of Egypt and brought it to the UK, and the Egyptians were saying, we want this shit back, and the British didn't want to give it back. And I think under those circumstances, yeah, you fucking give it back.
Yeah.
If you took it without permission, and these days,
that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
yeah, these days, if you take anything like that out of Egypt, it's a real serious criminal offence. There was a guy recently. He was an archaeologist, deals in rocks, rocks and stones and all kinds of shit. And he took some samples out of Egypt and didn't realise, he said what he was doing, he didn't realise it was illegal, but he must have done. That law's been in place now for decades. And you don't take shit out of Egypt without permission. But he took some rocks or whatever they were, fossils or whatever. I think he was put in prison for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like now everything can be tracked and traced a lot better as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. And the British are more guilty than anybody else of taking over other people's land. They sailed the world. We're an island. Anywhere, if we want to go anywhere, we've got to go by ship.
Yeah.
And we went around the world. We planted a flag on a fucking island in the middle of the Pacific and said, I claim this land in the name of Queen Victoria or whatever. And if you don't agree, I'll point my gun at you until you do. And if you don't, I'll shoot you. That's how the British went about it.
Yeah.
Absolute fucking abomination. There's nothing worse that I could imagine. And, I grew up in a family that was proud of the great British Empire. And, I had a particular problem with Australia, where not only the British, but also the Dutch and several other European countries used Australia as a dumping ground for all the
prisoners.
Yeah, for all the criminals that they didn't want to put up with. They sent them to Australia. But Australia already had its indigenous population of Aborigines, and they were treated like second-grade people.
Yes.
I used to work with an Australian guy, mentioning no names. He was the biggest fucking racist I've ever met. And I remember one day we had this... I got sick of his shit. I got sick of his fucking abuse of Aborigines people. Not that I know any Aborigines people, but they don't deserve it. And I turned round to him. I said, what's your fucking problem with the Aborigines? What have they ever done to you? He said, they gave syphilis to the koalas, the dirty bastards. I said, no, listen to this. And I said, is that right? And he said, you look it up in the history books. Fucking nearly wiped out the population of koalas with syphilis. And I said, I'll be sure to look that up, but I do know something about syphilis. I've got an O-level in biology. So, diseases and all that shit we covered at school. And I said to him, you do realise syphilis is a European disease. In fact, it came from the Austrian German Empire area. Way, but hundreds of fucking years ago. That's where it's said to have originated. In order for the Aborigines to give syphilis to the koalas, somebody must have had to have given the Aborigines syphilis.
Yeah.
Alternatively, was it the white man who gave the koalas syphilis and blamed it on the Aborigines? Because he was like, no white man in his right fucking mind would ever fucking Aborigines. And I'm like, well, the only alternative then is that the white man gave syphilis to the koalas and blamed it on the Aborigines. But however, whichever way you fucking look at it, syphilis came from Europe. And for koalas to nearly be wiped out by syphilis, somebody had to bring it from Europe and take it to Australia.
Yes.
We never had another. He never ranted about the Aborigines after that, but he was the biggest fucking racist I've ever met in my life. He hated them. The change in his voice when they were mentioned, because I think that year there was an athlete, an Olympic athlete, and she was an Aborigines girl, and it was great, and somebody asked him what he thought of this Aborigines Olympic athlete, and he just fucking went on one. And, in the end, I just got fucking sick of him. Fucking Australian. Hitting on, well, not hitting, but traducing Aborigines people. It's their fucking land, it's their country that we took over. But that, when I think about racists, he's the one that springs to mind because he's the biggest fucker I've ever met for racism.
I can imagine that.
Yeah. And his warped mentality of Aborigines gave syphilis to the koalas. Fucking dickhead. Haven't thought that one through, have you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Pentax. No real names mentioned here. I will have to go offline from here.
Yeah.
End the call because I have a meeting in 2 minutes.
Okay, mate.
And I will see how it goes, if I get more tasks, if I get anything, or if it's even happening, or if I say, no, nothing special, it's done. I might call you back.
Okay, mate. Well, I should be around doing something.
I mean, I'm think it might be great if we can play some games again in the future.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the other guy, but yeah.
Well,
I don't know.
It's always been easy come, easy go. But if you've got a meeting in 2 minutes, I'll let you go. And just let me know, mate.
Yeah, sure, man. Anyway, take care for now.
Okay.
See you, man.
You too.
Had a great pleasure talking to you.
Oh, yeah, it's been great. Put the universe to rights. You take care. I'll catch you again sometime.
Yeah, see you. Bye.
Bye for now, mate. Yeah. Fucking cool guy. Really, really cool guy. And it's been, I can't believe it's 2021 since I last spoke to him. It feels like longer. It feels like a lot longer. But yeah. Awesome. Really enjoyed that chat. Wow. While I've been trying to play Star Citizen. Anyway, let's have a look. Are we still streaming this? We are still streaming this. It's lunchtime. And I'm going to go and... I'm going to go. Get some lunch and maybe come back later. What should I do here? Should I bedlog? If I bedlog, I'm going to quit the mission. So, I think... Right, I know where I'm going. I think what I'm going to do is take off in the ship, log out, get some lunch, do the business. Do the business and come back later. There's mixed results at the minute with the hostiles, and I wandered around a bit. There are some under the floor. There are definitely some under the floor, but some are still spawning in the bunker. So it's not 100. I thought it was 100% reliable earlier. It's not, because they are still spawning in places where they shouldn't be spawning. And what the hell is that? Okay, never mind. I'm seeing something down here when I move the ship, but never mind. So I might come back later and have another stab at that. I might have to, if I fail this mission, I might have to do some jiggery pokery with other things. But this is as good as any. This is what we'll do. Oh, come on. Jesus fucking wept. Fucking navigation system. OM3. That'll do. In fact, no, this'll do. That one on its own, whatever jump gate that is. And we'll get a few thousand out. Oh, fucking. See what turns up on see what turns up on the old radar. Nothing yet. However, we can go to aerial. We'll get down, come out about here, turn the engines off, get out of the seat. Enter the bed. And just log out. Okay. See if it crashes the client, because previously it's been a case of logging out or quitting to menu and it crashes to desktop. So we'll just see if that happens. It looks like it's going to happen again. Usually freezes for about 30 seconds to a minute. And yo.
And well, it seems like there's no meeting.
Right.
I don't know. It seems they in the office they talk about the whole reason why I have home office. I usually do it only on Fridays.
Okay.
If there's nobody in the office and someone has to be there for interns to even work. so to look, because if nobody's there and I don't know, somehow you,
right,
I would say like you're about to die and nobody can help you.
Yeah.
And nobody's like is there to be responsible for it, and it will be a huge issue. And today there's like a union protest regarding like public transportation. That's why I didn't want to stand in the rain for 2 hours waiting for a train.
Right. Turbo,
So that's why.
just give me a minute because I'm just ending my stream.
Okay, sure.
So I'm just gonna. Do that, and then now we can talk. Your voice, my voice won't be heard, but give me 2 minutes, mate, because yeah, well that's That's great because I want to go make a drink. I'm thinking about lunch myself, but I'll be right back in 2 minutes. Okay, buddy. Right, I'm back, mate. So I'm just going to fill out this crash report. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum, ba-da.